Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Want to have designs on my Rongrong, no way. I. Chapter 246, Want to have designs on my Rongrong, no way. I. When the old turtle saw the ball of light, he casually spat out a green light. He retracted his head back into his turtle shell. Fatty was now considered his little brother, but his previous master had actually sealed his little brother underground for 10,000 years. As the big brother, how could he tolerate this? In the air, Chu Yuanshan followed the light ball in front of him and kept moving forward. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew across the sky. The light ball in front of Chu Yuanshan shook violently and then exploded in midair. After the cold wind passed, Chu Yuanshan's face turned gloomy. He scanned the area where he was with his holy sense. The ball of light exploded. How could he not understand that the cold wind just now was not a natural phenomenon at all? It was an attack deliberately launched by someone to target him. Could it be that something happened to the Iron Eater during my absence? Chu Yuanshan looked at the sky in front of him with a gloomy expression. He had come back to find the Iron Eater for another important reason, which was to capture the leader of the Divine Court. With its current strength, it was definitely unable to fight against those old fellows hiding in the dark. However, with the Iron Eater, it was not necessarily the case. As long as he joined forces with the Iron Eater, Chu Yuanshan was confident that he could even fight a Divine Emperor. Someone had just launched an attack on him, which meant that someone had already known his movements in advance. Then, Chu Yuanshan looked down at Dayang Town. However, the town below had a larger population in this area. His senses towards the Iron Eaters were getting more and more intense. There was no doubt that the Iron Eaters were in this area. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuanshan did not stay in the air any longer. In a flash, he appeared in Dayang Town. I never thought that the people of the Tian Yuan continent would still be so weak after the door of antiquity opened. Chu Yuanshan walked on the streets of Dayang Town and looked at the bustling crowd as he muttered. In his perception, none of the cultivators in Dayang Town had reached the martial monarch realm, let alone the divine realm. Chu Yuanshan shook his head disappointedly. If the cultivators here were stronger, he could have searched their souls. However, based on his estimation of the strength of the expert who had attacked him just now, he could not help but wonder. It should be the same as him, reaching the godly king realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for his spiritual sense to not capture any traces. An expert of this level was not something that the cultivators in this small town could discover. Chu Yuanshan walked on the street and saw the yard that Xiao Changtian was renovating. Although the main cultivator was a Desheng stage cultivator, the bricks on the courtyard made him feel extraordinary. Chu Yuanshan walked towards Xiao Changtian's courtyard with the intention of taking a look. Just as she raised her hand to knock on the door of the courtyard, she saw a giant panda in the courtyard. At this moment, the giant panda was curled up in a corner of the courtyard, and there was an old turtle pointing at it. Chu Yuanshan slowly lowered his arm that was suspended in midair. His face was gloomy. The Iron Eater that he had been thinking about for so many years was actually being ridden on by an old turtle. Even when it was his mount, he had never treated it this way. With anger in his heart, Chu Yuanshan kicked open the door of the courtyard. Bang! The sudden sound of the door being pushed open immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. The little goldfish in the pond, the old hen in the chicken coop, and the old turtle all looked at the door angrily. Who is it? Who dares to kick Senior's door like this? Gan Tianlei was furious when he saw the door being kicked open. As the guards of the courtyard, it was their duty to guard the gate. Now that the door had been kicked open, what if he made the senior unhappy and chased him away? Seeing Chu Yuanshan walk in, Gan Tianlei and the rest walked over angrily. What's wrong with you? Are you asking for a beating? With the thought of being fired by Xiao Changtian, Mo Xingu shouted at Chu Yuanshan angrily. Chu Yuanshan looked at the four people in front of him with disdain. A few small cultivators of the great vehicle stage dared to block in front of him. They really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. With a thought, he decided to finish off Mo Xingu and the others on the spot. Creak. At the same time, Xiao Changtian's door slowly opened with a creaking sound. Xiao Changtian walked out of the room. Xiao Changtian also heard a loud bang in the room and quickly came out to check. After looking at the direction of the building of the first elder, Xiao Changtian also let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that some worker had been injured while moving bricks. Now, it seemed that everyone's expressions were as normal as before. There was no problem. Then, Xiao Changtian looked in the direction of the gate. He saw his 4 guards and a fur-clad man standing together. It was unknown what they were talking about. Senior. When Mo Xingu and the others saw Xiao Changtian come out, they also bowed to him. Chu Yuanshan saw Xiao Changtian's appearance and Mo Xingu's behavior. He knew that Xiao Changtian was the master of this courtyard. Sweeping with his holy sense, he found that Xiao Changtian didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuation. Humph, a mortal. The cultivators of the Tian Yuan continent have all been defeated. How dare you let a mortal guard the house? Chu Yuanshan looked at Xiao Changtian contemptuously and was about to walk towards Pang Rong. If the light ball had not exploded, Chu Yuanshan would have killed everyone in the courtyard. However, he thought that he might have been exposed. Considering the importance of the Lord of the Divine Court, he decided to take the Iron Eater away. At this time, he did not want to see any complications. Xiao Changtian saw Chu Yuanshan walking towards Pang Rong. He then looked at the clothes he was wearing. He was wearing a beast skin shirt and had antlers on his head. He's obviously a hunter. Could it be that he's interested in my Pang Rong and wants to capture him and sell him for money? Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian immediately walked over and stood in front of Chu Yuanshan. Friend, don't you know that it's illegal to trespass in Dayang town? Chu Yuanshan looked at Xiao Changtian who had suddenly appeared in front of him. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This reckless mortal actually dared to block in front of him. He had just gathered the truth in his hand when he thought of the matter of the Lord of the Divine Court. He could not help but suppress his anger. The Zhen Yuan in his hand dissipated, and he was about to walk around Xiao Changtian towards Pang Rong. Xiao Changtian saw that the fur-clad man didn't care about him at all and was about to walk towards Pang Rong. At that moment, he was also a little angry. He was already polite enough to him. Since he refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, then he could not blame himself. Want to have designs on my Rongrong? No way. Then, he shouted at Chu Yuanshan. This friend, if you have designs on my Rongrong, please leave, otherwise one can only chase you out. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, You're the Best at Acting, 1. Chapter 247, You're the Best at Acting, 1. Chu Yuanshan heard Xiao Changtian's words and stopped in his tracks. Looking at Xiao Changtian in front of him and recalling what he had just said, he couldn't help but confirm. You said you are its master. Chu Yuanshan pointed at Pang Rong. Since he didn't know Pang Rong's name, he wanted to confirm it. Xiao Changtian followed Chu Yuanshan's finger. As expected, he was here to capture Pang Rong. In his previous life, giant pandas were rare animals and were protected by the country. However, there were still people who wanted to capture them for a high price. Xiao Changtian didn't expect that the cultivation world was the same. As an animal keeper, Xiao Changtian hated this kind of behavior. The giant panda was so cute. How could she capture him? He didn't give Chu Yuanshan a good look and slowly said to him. That's right, I'm his master. So what? If you want to hit him, there's no way. Chu Yuanshan's face darkened after Xiao Changtian's confirmation. So it was this guy who had just blown up his light ball. No wonder he was standing in front of him without fear. He couldn't sense any spiritual power on his body. It was probably because he had cultivated some kind of special cultivation technique. Filled with anger, Chu Yuanshan threw a punch at Xiao Changtian. Whether it was on the Tian Yuan continent or the divine realm, he was the strongest existence. Back on the Tian Yuan continent, he was a revered ancient emperor. In the divine world, when the god emperor or god emperor did not appear, he was the god king that was revered by tens of thousands of people. When had he ever been provoked like this? Xiao Changtian saw Chu Yuanshan punching at him without a word. Fuck, are you trying to trick me? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Changtian twisted his neck and dodged Chu Yuanshan's punch. Although he couldn't cultivate, his martial arts had already reached the realm of great success. The person in front of him was obviously not an immortal cultivator. Otherwise, why would Mo Shingu and the others let him in? She must have seen that he was immortal and could not attack him. Xiao Changtian had heard about this before. There was karma in the cultivation world when they attacked mortals. Since he was not an immortal cultivator, he still dared to be so arrogant in his own courtyard. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would think that he was made of paper. He also punched Chu Yuanshan's abdomen. Bang! Chu Yuanshan thought it was an accident and was about to launch a second attack. He felt the blood and qi in his body churning from his abdomen. Then, like a kite with a broken string, he flew towards the door. TSK, I thought he was strong. How dare such trash have designs on my Pang Rong? After sending Chu Yuanshan flying with a punch, Xiao Changtian also looked at the door with disdain. He was wearing a beast robe and a pair of antlers. If he didn't know, he would have thought that he was awesome. He didn't expect that he would be so weak. Then, Xiao Changtian walked in front of Pang Rong, took the turtle off his head and threw it into the pond. She rubbed his little head and slowly said, "Don't be afraid, Pang Rong. I will protect you." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Pang Rong's eyes were filled with tears. When he saw Chu Yuanshan, Fatty Rong had thought of talking to him. She asked him why he had sealed her and abandoned her. However, after hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Pang Rong felt that none of this mattered. Isn't it great to have such an awesome and considerate master and big brother Black Tortoise? Xiao Changtian saw the tears in Pang Rong's eyes and wiped them away. This giant panda must have been frightened just now. It had the same sense of smell as a hunter. Animals also had a sense of smell towards hunters. It must have been frightened by that guy just now. After comforting Pang Rong for a while, Xiao Changtian stood up and walked to Mo Shingu and the others. When Mo Shingu and the others saw Xiao Changtian standing in front of them, their hearts were in turmoil. Due to my negligence just now, I let such a person in. Senior won't chase us away, right? It was all that guy's fault. He pretended to knock on the door and then suddenly kicked in. If there was a chance, he would definitely capture him and beat him up. At this moment, Mo Shingu and the other three walked up to Xiao Changtian and said slowly, "Senior, I'm sorry. We didn't take care of the courtyard properly, but don't worry, we promise that this won't happen again." After Mo Shingu finished speaking, Gan Tianlei hurriedly added, "Don't do it again." Xiao Changtian looked at them apologizing to him and said, "It's okay. People always make mistakes. Just be careful next time." When Gan Tianlei and the other three heard that Xiao Changtian didn't chase them away, their faces were filled with joy. At that moment, he secretly said in his heart that he would definitely not let a fly in the future. Then, Xiao Changtian walked into his room. After Xiao Changtian left, Mo Shingu and the others looked at each other and saw the courtyard outside. At this moment, Chu Yuanshan had just stood up from the ground. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Changtian's punch just now had almost caused his qi and blood to flow in reverse. No wonder he could take the Iron Eater as a mount. He had some skills. Chu Yuanshan stood up and planned to leave. After being punched by Xiao Changtian, he knew that he was no match for Xiao Changtian. As a beast master, if he didn't have his own mount, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he saw a few shadows in front of him. He turned around and saw Mo Shingu and the others smiling at him. If he couldn't beat that person just now, how could he not beat a few Desheng stage cultivators? Chu Yuanshan looked at the 4 people behind him and couldn't help but be angry. He wanted to vent his anger from being beaten up on them. Form the formation. However, before Chu Yuanshan could make a move, Mo Shingu's voice rang in everyone's ears. The array instantly trapped Chu Yuanshan. Chu Yuanshan smiled contemptuously. Just as he was about to break the array, he realized that he could not mobilize the true essence in his body at all. What was going on? Before Chu Yuanshan could figure out what was going on, Mo Shingu kicked him to the ground. You're the best at pretending, aren't you? You raised your hand in the air and kicked the door, right? You're the best. Why don't you become an actress? Why are you here to harm us? Xing Tianzi, who was beside him, was also cursing and stomping on Chu Yuanshan. Chu Yuanshan kept screaming under the trampling of the 4 people. In the end, he really couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but explain. I really wanted to knock on the door at first. Chu Yuanshan didn't care about the iron-eating beast or the fact that he couldn't use his Zhen Yuan. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As the saying went, there was hope as long as there was life. If this continued, he would really be trampled to death. However, just as Chu Yuanshan finished speaking, Gan Tianlei stepped on him again. Pretend, keep pretending. You're the best at pretending. In the air, the wails of the Chu Yuanshan sounded again. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Brother Wushuang is the man who will. Chapter 248, Brother Wushuang is the man who will become the master of the divine court. 1. In the sky above the northern barren state, 2 streaks of light flew past. Brother Wushuang, have you found the whereabouts of that master of the divine court? Nailin Yen leaned into Li Wushuang's embrace as she raised her head and smiled at her. Hearing Nailin Yan's numbing voice, Li Wushuang's spirits were lifted and the strength in her arms around Nailin Yan increased. Treasure, it'll be soon. I feel that I'll be able to find the location of the Lord of the Divine Court soon. When he had helped the black-cloaked deity emperor deliver that stone to deity King Profound Jade, he had been instigated by Nailin Yan to be extra careful. The aura on the stone was preserved through a secret technique. With the help of the aura on the stone and the words of the black-robed Divine Emperor's phantom, he combined it with his own search method. He had determined that the aura of the Lord of the Divine Court was on the northern barren continent. However, with his current strength, he could not detect the exact location. However, with his strength as a god king, how long would it take for him to search the entire northern barren continent? Hearing Li Wushuang's words, Nailin Yan's eyes flashed with disappointment. It had been a few days since they left the mystic Jade Divine Hall. They did not expect that they still could not confirm the exact location after such a long time. When he found a stronger cultivator, he would definitely kick him away. With this thought in mind, Nailin Yan still used her hand to stroke her hair, and said to Li Wushuang flatteringly. As expected of Brother Wushuang. He is about to find the position of the Lord of the Divine Court. 1 a.m. Looking forward to the day when Brother Wushuang becomes the ruler of the divine world. Hearing Nailin Yan's words, Li Wushuang also felt like she was floating on air, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The image of him sitting on the dragon throne in the divine court's main hall with Nailin Yan in his left hand and a little handmaiden in his right started to appear in his mind. He was awake and in control of the world, drunk on the knees of a beauty. Nailin Yan, who was in his arms, saw Li Wushuang's silly smile and a trace of disgust flashed across her eyes. Following that, Nailin Yan saw a horned fur-clad male below them. In her perception, she actually could not see through the strength of this fur-clad man. After plundering Divine Lord treasures to increase his cultivation, such a situation was not common, especially in the North Barren state. After thinking for a while, Nalan Yen patted Li Wushuang's chest and pointed at the beast-robed man below. Brother Wushuang, the person below looks so strange. Shall we go down and take a look? Li Wushuang was already in a good mood, and when she heard Nalan Yan's sweet voice, she smacked her cheek and said, "All right, Bao, whatever you say." Casually sweeping his gaze over the figure below, he didn't probe too much before hugging Nalan Yen and turning into a stream of light as he flew down. On a small path in the forest, Chu Yuanshan covered his face with a bottle of ointment in his hand and kept applying it to his face. Under the punches and kicks of Gan Tianlei and the other three, Chu Yuanshan passed out in a short while. When he woke up, he found himself in a forest outside Dayang town. There were also a few birds chirping on his body. After waving his hand to chase away the little bird on his body, he planned to return to the divine world to find his old friends and then come back for revenge. The strength of Gan Tianlei and the others was too strange in Chu Yuanshan's eyes. Normally, he only needed to activate the true essence in his body to heal these superficial injuries. However, Gan Tianlei and the others were too strange. Not only could their injuries not be repaired with true essence, but they would also constantly feel pain. It was just like a mortal suffering from the pain of a woman. He could only let it slowly heal. Presumably, they were also the disciples of the owner of the courtyard. They cultivated the same cultivation technique to hide their strength. Hiss. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuanshan's palm that was touching the ointment accidentally touched the sore spot on his cheek. He could not help but let out a cry. Then, Li Wushuang and Nalan Yen appeared in front of Chu Yuanshan. Nalan Yen had originally felt that Chu Yuanshan was not ordinary, and the moment she landed, she could not help but size him up. Seeing Chu Yuanshan's pig liver head, he couldn't help but say to Li Wushuang, "Brother Wushuang, look at him." Following that, Nalan Yen covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing Nalan Yen covering her mouth and laughing, Li Wushuang also turned to look at Chu Yuanshan. Seeing his pig liver face, she covered her stomach with her hands and laughed. Chu Yuanshan saw Li Wushuang and Nalan Yen laughing at him and was furious. He had already suffered a lot in Shao Chengtian's courtyard, and now there were two people mocking him. He was about to attack Li Wushuang and the others. When Nalan Yen saw Chu Yuanshan rushing towards them, she also said mockingly, "You pig liver face want to sneak attack Brother Wushuang? Do you know that Brother Wushuang is going to become the Lord of the Divine Court?" Hearing Nalan Yan's words, Li Wushuang patted her chest and looked at Chu Yuanshan with disdain. When Chu Yuanshan heard Nalan Yen mention the Lord of the Divine Court, his body also paused, and he stopped in front of them. His expression was a little gloomy as he slowly said to them, "Lord of the Divine Court." Seeing that Chu Yuanshan had a reaction, Nalan Yan's mouth flashed with a smile of success. He then said to Li Wushuang, "Big brother Wushuang, I'm sorry for letting it slip just now." As he spoke, Nalan Yen lowered his head and placed his hands on his chest, as if he had done something wrong. Facing Nalan Yen like this, how could Li Wushuang blame him? She stroked Nalan Yan's little head and slowly said, "Baby, it's okay. One don't blame you." When Chu Yuanshan saw Li Wushuang and the others ignoring him, his heart burned with rage. A powerful aura belonging to a god king erupted from his body. A wave of air blew past her, and Li Wushuang realized that Chu Yuanshan's cultivation was the same as hers, a god king. Nalan Yen also pretended to be frightened and hid in Li Wushuang's embrace. Feeling the trembling of the person in her arms, Li Wushuang released her god king aura. He comforted Nalan Yen who was in his arms. "Bao, don't be afraid. I'm here." Then, he scolded Chu Yuanshan. "What's wrong with you? Are you courting death?" Although Wushuang found out that Chu Yuan was a god king, she also noticed his injuries. Chu Yuanshan didn't waste any time and threw a punch at her. Not only did this wretched couple not put him in their eyes, but they also knew information about the Lord of the Divine Court. He had to get rid of them. Even though he was injured, Chu Yuanshan could tell that God King Li Wushuang's foundation wasn't stable. It was obvious that she had relied on external forces to improve herself. Seeing Chu Yuanshan take the initiative to punch her, Li Wushuang also let go of Nalan Yan in her arms and threw a punch at him. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, Why didn't I think of it before? How stupid. Chapter 249, Why didn't I think of it before? How stupid. 1. Bang! When the fists collided, a wave of air spread out from the two of them. Then, the two of them took a few steps back. Slowly stabilizing herself, Li Wushuang looked at Chu Yuanshan in shock. He had thought that Chu Yuanshan was injured and that he would be able to kill him easily. He did not expect that the power transmitted from Chu Yuanshan's fist was actually on par with his. On the other side, Chu Yuanshan also stabilized his body and waved his fist. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for his injuries, he would have killed Li Wushuang long ago. Nalan Yan looked at Chu Yuanshan from the side, her eyes flickering. As expected, he was not mistaken. This fur-clad man was also an expert. For a moment, Nalan Yan suddenly had a new idea in her heart. Seeing that the two of them were about to meet again, Nalan Yan quickly walked over and pulled Li Wushuang back. She slowly said to Chu Yuanshan, "Fellow Taoist, since we're all here for the master of the divine court, why don't we cooperate?" Then, he turned to Li Wushuang and said with a smile, "Brother Wushuang, are you?" After Li Wushuang had not confirmed the position of the Lord of the Divine Court for a few days, Nalan Yan knew that if she relied on Li Wushuang's words, who knew how long she would have to wait. She just happened to meet Chu Yuanshan. With Nalan Yan's eyesight, she could tell that Chu Yuanshan's strength was above Li Wushuang's. With his help, the chances of finding the Lord of the Divine Court would be greater. It didn't matter to her who would obtain the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court. With her beauty, she was confident that she could take down whoever obtained the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court. Seeing Nalan Yan's coquettish look, Li Wushuang couldn't think any further and quickly said, "Treasure, I'll listen to you." Following that, he pulled Nalan Yan into his embrace. After Chu Yuanshan heard Nalan Yan's words, he stopped his attack. He was also injured now and was not suitable to fight. Moreover, these two people might know some information that he did not know. When his strength recovered, wouldn't he still have the final say? Thinking of this, Chu Yuanshan said to Nalan Yan and the others, "Since we want to cooperate, we have to show some sincerity." Hearing that Chu Yuanshan was willing to cooperate, Nalan Yan's face revealed a faint smile as she slowly said to him, "Fellow Taoist, why don't we share information?" Then, after some discussion, the three of them formed a temporary team with their own thoughts. In the North Moon Empire's Eastern Palace, Jiang Beichen paced back and forth anxiously in his room. Ever since Xiao Changtian told him to find a water source that would never freeze, he had mobilized all the power he could to search for it. In fact, he had basically toured the entire continent. After a round of searching, they had not even heard of such a water source, let alone seen it. Moreover, he heard that eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and the others had already found the ingredients that master had instructed them to eat. At that time, if he was the only one who could not find it, his master would be very disappointed in him. At the thought of this, Jiang Beichen could not help but feel melancholic again. He sat on the chair beside the table and covered his forehead with his hand. "Your Highness, Imperial Preceptor requests an audience." At that moment, an armored soldier appeared at the door of Jiang Beichen's room and reported to him. Hearing the soldier's report, Jiang Beichen stood up from his chair and said to the soldier at the door, "The State Preceptor is here. Please welcome him." The State Preceptor was the only one among the people he had sent out who had not reported to him. The State Preceptor had only returned after such a long time. Perhaps he had news of the water source. Soon, the State Preceptor was led to Jiang Beichen's room by the soldiers. As soon as the State Preceptor entered Jiang Beichen's room, Jiang Beichen said to him, State Preceptor, how is it? Is there any news about the water source? When the imperial advisor heard Jiang Beichen's words, he hurriedly bowed to him and said, Your Highness, I'm useless. Before the state preceptor could finish speaking, he saw Jiang Beichen wave his hand at him, indicating for him to leave. Jiang Beichen had already heard such words countless times. Previously, those who had not been found had all reported to him in this manner. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had personally visited various places on the continent, but he did not find anything. Could it be that the state preceptor had discovered something? At that thought, Jiang Beichen sat back down in his chair in disappointment. Seeing Jiang Beichen's disappointed expression, the state preceptor still said to him, Your Highness, although I didn't find a water source, one did find some information about it. Chen, who was sitting on the chair, felt energized after hearing the state preceptor's words. He said excitedly, State preceptor, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was a water source? Tell me quickly, where is the water source? When the imperial advisor heard Jiang Beichen's words, he was also stunned. I was just about to say that you didn't want me to say it. Then, she continued to say to Jiang Beichen, Your Highness, according to my investigation, the water source you want to find is not available on the Tianyuan continent. If you want it, you should go up there. Jiang Beichen saw the state preceptor's finger pointing at the ceiling. When he looked up, there was nothing on the ceiling. Then, he understood and said to the imperial advisor with a smile, Imperial Preceptor, you are indeed the Imperial Preceptor of my North Moon Empire. Why didn't I think of this before? He had been focusing on the Tianyuan continent all this time and had forgotten how his master's food could be ordinary. The ingredients for such a thing must be in the divine world. Why didn't he think of it before? Then, Jiang Beichen walked out of the room and flew into the sky like a streak of light. A sword light streaked across, and a crack appeared in the barrier between the two worlds. Jiang Beichen passed through the crack and stopped in mid-air, looking down. When he saw a crowded town, he turned into a stream of light and flew down. Whoosh! Jiang Beichen's figure landed on a street. He saw the pedestrians on the street running toward the city gate with bags on their backs. Noticing the unusual behavior of these people, Jiang Beichen grabbed a passerby beside him and said, Uncle, did something happen in the city? Why does everyone look like they're fleeing? The passerby saw Jiang Beichen holding him back. He was young and had an imposing appearance. Thinking that such a young life could be lost here, he said to Jiang Beichen, Young man, you just came here not long ago. One advise you not to stay here and leave quickly. Hearing the passerby's words, Jiang Beichen continued asking, Uncle, what happened here? When the passerby heard Jiang Beichen's words, he also sighed and slowly said, The Luo Water Empire and the Blood Sickle Empire are at war. Now that the Blood Sickle Empire's army is almost at the city, if you're still in Luo Water City, you'll become a dead soul under their blades sooner or later. Chapter 250, Luoshui Dynasty, 1. Chapter 250, Luoshui Dynasty, 1. Jiang Beichen finally understood what was going on after hearing the old man's words. The city he was in was the capital of the Luo Water Dynasty, Luo Water City. On the other hand, the Luo Water Dynasty had been defeated in the war with the Blood Sickle Dynasty. Now, they were in a precarious situation and could be destroyed at any time. When the old man saw that Jiang Beichen did not seem to be moved after hearing his words, he said kindly again, Young man, listen to my advice and leave quickly. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Beichen smiled at him and said, Thank you, uncle, but I still need to find an unfreezing water source. After giving the old man a tight hug, Jiang Beichen turned to leave. Sigh, why are you still thinking about the sacred artifact of the Luo Water Dynasty? When the old man heard that Jiang Beichen did not listen to his words and instead wanted to find the holy relic of the Luo River Dynasty, he could not help but sigh. The Blood Sickle Empire had attacked their Luo Water Empire because they had taken a fancy to their sacred item, Luo Water. The Luo River was actually an extremely special spirit vein. Not only would it never freeze, but one could also cultivate at a rapid pace by cultivating beside it. Jiang Beichen had only taken a few steps when he heard the old man's words. In a flash, he reappeared in front of the old man and said, "Uncle, is the holy item that you just used that kind of water that never freezes?" The old man saw Jiang Beichen come up to him again and ask him about the sacred object. She was even more certain that he was the kind of person who would risk his life for Luoshui, so she said to him, "Young man, let me remind you again. Although Luo River is good, your life is more important." In the past, its son had also been ambitious and wanted to fight for the sacred relic of the Luo River dynasty. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Jiang Beichen looked to be about the same age as its son, and it really did not want Jiang Beichen to repeat its son's mistakes. Jiang Beichen was delighted to receive the old man's confirmation. After thanking the old man, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The old man looked in the direction Jiang Beichen left and shook his head. He could also tell that Jiang Beichen was a cultivator, but so what? Thinking back, his son was still a high-level deity, but in the end, he lost both his life and wealth. Young people nowadays really don't care about their lives. The old man seemed to have already seen Jiang Beichen's fate. He sighed and turned to walk towards the city gate. At the same time, in the palace hall of the Luo Water Dynasty, the ministers from the past had already left. After knowing that the Blood Sickle Dynasty was about to attack the city, those ministers had all fled for their lives. In the entire palace, there was only the dragon throne at the top. The emperor of Luoshui sat on the ground. His face was pale, and he looked as if he had already accepted his fate. He was waiting for the Blood Sickle Empire to end his life. He muttered, "No, no, everything is gone." Below them were a group of princes and princesses. Amidst the cries of the palace, the first prince stood out and said to the emperor of Luoshui, "Father, the Blood Sickle Empire is going too far. We can't sit still and wait for death. For example, let's go out and fight to the death with them." Before the emperor of Luoshui could reply, the second prince mocked him. "Fight to the death? What are you going to use to fight to the death with others? If you had listened to my suggestion and offered Luoshui with both hands, you wouldn't have ended up like this today. Look now, not only did Luo River not survive, even the country was about to be destroyed." When the first prince heard his second brother's words, he was also furious. He pointed at him and said, You are simply incurable." At the same time, a hearty voice rang out in the hall. "What did you just say? Luoshui is gone." As the voice fell, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The palace's main doors had been opened at some point, and Jiang Beichen's figure walked in. "Blood Sickle Empire, my Luo Water Empire is irreconcilable with you." When the eldest prince saw Jiang Beichen walk in, he thought that the Blood Sickle Empire had attacked. He raised the sword at his waist and charged at Jiang Beichen. The sword slashed through the air, and a sword light slashed towards Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen looked at the oncoming sword light and appeared in front of the first prince in a flash. With a wave of his finger, the first prince's figure flew out and crashed into a pillar in the hall. "Playing with a sword in front of me?" Jiang Beichen glanced at the first prince and said slowly. Then, he came to the second prince's side. Before he could speak, the second prince said in fear, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. One can give you anything you want. One know where the key to the national treasury is, and there's also a beauty. Oh right, this is my third sister." As he spoke, the second prince pointed to a crying princess. Seeing the second prince's ugly state, Jiang Beichen's face was filled with disgust as well. He immediately slapped the second prince. He was also born in a dynasty. However, when he saw the second prince betray his family and the country in order to survive, Jiang Beichen still slapped him to death. At this moment, the first prince slowly got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had clearly sensed the powerful sword intent from Jiang Beichen's attack just now. Moreover, he was using his finger as a sword. This meant that this person's understanding of the sword was far above his. Moreover, he was a sword master, the kind of sword master. However, if he dared to do anything inappropriate to his royal sister, he would still fight to the death. After slapping the second prince to death, Jiang Beichen appeared before the first prince and said, "You just said that Luoshui disappeared. What's going on?" When the first prince heard Jiang Beichen's words, he smiled slowly and said, "What's going on? Don't you know? Luoshui was taken away by your blood Sickle Empire a few days ago." When Jiang Beichen heard the first prince's words, he realized that the first prince had mistaken him for someone from the blood Sickle dynasty. He could not help but say, "I'm not from the blood Sickle Empire." Then, he turned around and was about to leave. Since Luo water had already been seized by the blood Sickle Empire, he had to make a trip to the blood Sickle Empire. When the first prince heard Jiang Beichen's words, he understood that he had misunderstood. He hurriedly knelt down and said to Jiang Beichen, "Senior, the Luoshui dynasty is in deep trouble now. Please help. After this is done, Luo Tian is willing to do anything to repay you." As he spoke, Luo Tian kowtowed a few times in Jiang Beichen's direction. Although he didn't know Jiang Beichen's true strength, based on the sword intent he just revealed, he was still able to use the sword technique. He believed that as long as Jiang Beichen was willing to make a move, he would definitely be able to defeat the blood Sickle Empire. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Jiang Beichen's departing figure paused. Chapter 251, Chapter 251:1 Think it's better to ask the Ancestor. Chapter 251:1 Think it's better to ask the Ancestor. Seeing Jiang Beichen stop, the other princes and princesses also seemed to have grasped onto hope and knelt down in front of Jiang Beichen. Jiang Beichen slowly turned around and looked at the group of princes and princesses kneeling on the ground. For a moment, he sighed. Although it was normal for dynasties to change, if the North Moon dynasty encountered such a disaster one day, he would also ask for help from others. Moreover, his master often taught him to be a good person. He had to be kind. At that thought, Jiang Beichen walked up to Luo Tian and helped him up from the ground. He said slowly, "Get up. I can help you, but after this is done, I want to take Luo water." Jiang Beichen did not hide the purpose of his trip and spoke directly. If he helped them defeat the blood Sickle Empire, he would have to argue with them over Luoshui. When Luo Tian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he said to him without hesitation, "Senior, don't worry. We know that a man is innocent, but he will be punished if he holds a treasure. As long as Senior can save the Luoshui dynasty, Senior Luoshui can take it if you want it." Luo Tian knew how important Luoshui was to the Luoshui dynasty, but he understood now. With their strength, they could not protect Luoshui at all. Instead, he would constantly damage his own strength under a series of conspiracies and counterattacks. Therefore, not only did the Luoshui River not have the effect of making the country rich and the people strong, it was a disaster. Jiang Beichen nodded when he saw Luo Tian agreeing to his request. He said, "Luo Tian, how is the blood Sickle Empire's strength and the current situation?" As a newcomer, Jiang Beichen knew nothing about the blood Sickle dynasty. When he heard Jiang Beichen talking about the war, Luo Tian quickly said to him, "The blood Sickle Empire's king has the strength of a god king. Not only is his strength heaven-defying, but his methods are also strange. After absorbing the enemy's blood, it can reflect the damage it receives to the other party." Hearing Luo Tian's words, Jiang Beichen could not help but become interested in the blood Sickle dynasty's methods. This kind of cultivation technique and methods sounded more like the style of the demon race that he had heard of. After taking a few steps in front of Luo Tian, she continued, "If that's the case, won't they also die?" Luo Tian shook his head and said to Jiang Beichen. No, everyone in the Blood Sickle Empire cultivates a technique called the Undying Body. Although they can't recover immediately, their bodies will recover after a few days. The reason why the Luoshui dynasty was quickly defeated in the war was that they could not find a way to deal with their cultivation techniques. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Jiang Beichen placed his hand on his chin and pondered for a while before saying, I understand. Let's set off now. According to Luo Tian, they would need to return for a few days before they could recover. He could just kill them and not let them return. Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard Jiang Beichen's words. Then, he said to Jiang Beichen happily, Senior, please follow me. Originally, he thought that Jiang Beichen had agreed to help the Luoshui dynasty because he needed to plan. However, when he heard Jiang Beichen say that he was going to the battlefield, he thought that Senior had already found a way to deal with it. At the same time, beside a pillar in the palace, a maid watched Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian leave the palace. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes. Soon, the maid followed Luo Tian and the others out of the palace and came to a garden. After looking around and making sure that there was no one around, the maid slowly cast her spell. The blood-red vital essence on her hands slowly rose like steam, and soon formed a blood-red light in front of the maid. After muttering, the blood-red light in front of him became even more condensed. Whoosh! The maid let out a breath and the light flew up into the sky. On the other side of the immeasurable immortal continent, in a blood-red palace. This was a magnificent hall. At this moment, an old man in a blood-red robe sat in the hall. Below him, there were also old men dressed in blood-red robes like him. However, the color of the old man's robe was brighter. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. After a moment of silence, the old man slowly opened his mouth and said, According to our scouts, there seems to be an accident at the Luoshui dynasty. An expert helped them. It is said that he defeated Luo Tian in one move. Everyone here is a pillar of the Blood Sickle dynasty. As soon as the Blood Sickle dynasty king finished speaking, it caused a commotion in the hall. Luo Tian is a divine lord. That person was able to defeat him in one strike. A Blood Sickle dynasty official said slowly to the person beside him. The moment the Blood Sickle dynasty official finished speaking, someone immediately retorted. So what if he's a godly king? Isn't the king of the Luo Water dynasty also a godly king? In the end, he was still confused by us. He can only wait for death in his Luo Water imperial palace now. The reason that the king of Luoshui was able to lose his mind was the result of our many years of planning. Now that a godly king of unknown origin has appeared, how can he be so easy to deal with? Then you mean that we should retreat? We're almost at the Luo Water capital. Are we going to retreat because of a godly king? You. All kinds of voices were arguing in the audience. The Blood Sickle dynasty king on the dragon throne was also holding his forehead with a headache. With a wave of his sleeve, he said to the people below. All right, stop arguing. I have heard your opinions. He had originally wanted them to give him some advice, but he did not expect them to make things even more troublesome. After hearing the Blood Sickle dynasty king's words, everyone present shut their mouths. State Preceptor, do you have any opinions? The Blood Sickle dynasty king spoke after the hall returned to silence. At this moment, an old man with long eyebrows walked out from among the ministers and said to the Blood Sickle dynasty king. Your Majesty, since things have come to this, I think it's better to ask the Ancestor. Hearing the imperial advisor's words, the Blood Sickle dynasty king looked up at him. It was obvious that the imperial advisor's answer was what he was thinking. Whispers broke out among the ministers. Following that, the Blood Sickle dynasty king said to the other officials. What do you think about inviting the Ancestor? This time, the Blood Sickle dynasty ministers did not have any disagreement. They said in unison. We agree with the State Preceptor. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Patriarch Blood Sickle, 1. Chapter 252, Patriarch Blood Sickle, 1. On the Blood Sickle Empire's square, a group of officials and elders of the Blood Sickle Empire stood densely packed. This was the place they used for important events. At this moment, the ministers and elders were looking piously at a statue in the center of the square. It was the Blood Sickle Empire's ancestor. The king of the Blood Sickle dynasty stood in front of the elders and ministers. He first bowed to the statue in the middle of the square. Then, the blood-red vital essence in his hand continued to gather. He said to the elders and ministers behind him, "All ministers, listen up. Follow me to welcome the ancestor." As soon as the Blood Sickle dynasty king finished speaking, the elders and ministers behind him gathered the quintessential essence in their bodies. Following that, streaks of blood-red vital essence gathered at the blood-red gem on the chest of the statue. The blood-red primeval essence flowed into the ruby, and the ruby emitted a dazzling light. Then, a thick pillar of air shot into the sky, causing a series of thunder in the air. "Welcome, Patriarch." Looking at the change in the sky, the Blood Sickle dynasty king led the ministers and elders behind him to kneel down and respectfully said to the sky. After the sound of thunder, a powerful aura burst out from the sky. "Duan, is there something important that you want to wake me up at this time?" A voice slowly sounded from the sky. Then, the Blood Sickle dynasty king stood up and said to the sky, "Ancestor, something happened in the Luo Water dynasty. According to the scouts, the Luo Water dynasty has another god king." "Oh, there's such a thing?" Patriarch Blood Sickle's surprised voice slowly sounded from the sky. Now he understood why Duan and the others wanted to wake him up. In the entire Blood Sickle Empire, there was only one godly king powerhouse, Duan. Although due to the cultivation technique, their Blood Sickle Empire's combat strength was stronger than other countries. However, Duan hadn't cultivated his undying body to the great success stage. In a situation where the other party's background was unknown, it was hard to say who would win. Duan stared blankly at the sky, waiting for Patriarch Blood Sickle's reply. Then, a ray of light flew down from the sky. The light went straight into Duan glabella and turned into information in his mind. This. After Duan digested Patriarch Blood Sickle's information in his mind, he was first shocked, then his face was filled with ecstasy. It was because this piece of information was too exciting. Before Patriarch Blood Sickle went into seclusion, he was already at the peak of the godly king realm. After obtaining Luoshui a while ago, with the help of Luoshui, the ancestor had already advanced to the God Emperor realm. Now, he was stabilizing himself and had even cultivated his undying body to the great success realm. After the ancestor stabilized, what use would the external help from the Luo Water dynasty be? Just as Duan was feeling ecstatic, the voice of the Blood Sickle ancestor rang out once again. "Duan, you don't need me to teach you what to do, right?" When Duan heard what Patriarch Blood Sickle said, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Forefather, don't worry. Duan will definitely do a good job. It's good that you know what to do. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me again." Patriarch Blood Sickle's voice sounded from the sky again. At the same time, a triangular jade pendant fell in front of Duan. When Duan picked up the jade pendant, Patriarch Blood Sickle's voice sounded in his mind again. "Duan, this is the best opportunity for our Blood Sickle Empire to dominate the entire boundless immortal continent. If you encounter any irresistible danger, crush the jade pendant one gave you. I, the ancestor, will appear to help you." Along with this voice, the thunder in the sky also slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. After Patriarch Blood Sickle's voice disappeared, Duan looked excitedly at the triangular jade pendant in his hand. He could feel that the day when their Blood Sickle Empire dominated the boundless immortal continent was not far away. The boundless immortal continent was different from the other immortal continents. In the other immortal continents, a godly king was the king. due to the birth of a divine item like the Luo water in the immeasurable immortal continent. Countless godly kings treated the immeasurable immortal continent as a treasure trove. Previously, a bloody storm had erupted here. Countless godly monarchs had fought for the territory of the boundless immortal continent. In the end, only the Blood Sickle dynasty and the native Luoshui dynasty settled down on this land. The other god kings would either leave after failing, or they would fall into eternal slumber. As for factions without godly monarchs, they could only rely on the Blood Sickle Empire and the Luo Water Empire. For hundreds of years, both sides had been fighting each other openly and covertly, both wanting to become the sole overlord of the immeasurable immortal continent. However, with the success of the Blood Sickle dynasty's plan against the king of Luoshui and the Ancestor's advancement to the God-Emperor realm, the Blood Sickle dynasty had no choice but to give up. In Duanxiong's eyes, their Blood Sickle dynasty was already certain of victory. Destroying the Luo Water dynasty was only a matter of time. After he carefully hung the triangular jade pendant on his neck, Duanxiong saw the ministers and elders of the Blood Sickle Empire looking at him. In their eyes, the series of interactions between Duanxiong and Patriarch Blood Sickle just now was just a series of thunderclaps in the sky and something falling from time to time. They did not know anything else. At this moment, the imperial advisor walked out from the crowd and said respectfully to Duanxiong, "Your Majesty, what does the Ancestor mean?" After Duanxiong hung up the triangular jade pendant, he no longer had the melancholy he had in the hall. Hearing the imperial advisor's words, he said to everyone, "I have good news for everyone. The Ancestor has already broken through to the God-Emperor realm. As for the Luo Water Empire, the Ancestor's intention is to do it, and it has to be done beautifully. We have to let the entire boundless immortal continent know the strength of our Blood Sickle Empire, understand? Ancestor has advanced to the God-Emperor realm. Ancestor has advanced to the God-Emperor realm." Duanxiong's words were like a huge rock thrown into the water, immediately causing a commotion in the crowd. In this era where the God-Emperor realm and the God-Emperor realm did not appear, if their Ancestor advanced to the God-Emperor realm, they would be able to do so. Then, not only would the Blood Sickle Empire become the sole overlord of the boundless immortal continent, but they could even expand and occupy other immortal continents. Duanxiong looked at the excited expressions of the elders and ministers below and slowly said, "All the soldiers of the Blood Sickle Empire, listen up. I will personally go to the Luo Water Empire in a few days and use the blood of the Luo Water Empire to congratulate the Ancestor for breaking through to the God-Emperor realm." Originally, after hearing the news that the Ancestor was about to advance to the God-Emperor realm, the soldiers of the Blood Sickle Empire were very excited. Now, with Duanxiong's impassioned words, the bloodlust in the hearts of these soldiers was ignited. "Fuck, one can't wait to slaughter Luo Water City. Hee, I heard that the concubines of the king of the Luo River are very beautiful. When the time comes, no one can snatch them from me. Hee. And his princesses, ha ha ha." For a moment, the bloodthirsty voices of the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers resounded in the Blood Sickle Dynasty Square. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Bloody Battle at the Pass, 1. Chapter 253, Bloody Battle at the Pass, 1. Under the control of the Blood Sickle Empire, the news that the Blood Sickle Patriarch was about to advance to the God-Emperor realm quickly spread throughout the boundless immortal continent. "Have you heard? The Patriarch of the Blood Sickle dynasty is about to break through to the God-Emperor realm. The Luoshui dynasty is probably doomed this time." "Who says so?" "The Luo Water Empire was about to be beaten to their doorstep, and now the Blood Sickle Empire has a God-Emperor." Yes. One heard that the king of Luoshui is still unconscious and can't handle state affairs at all. *T. I heard that he was clearly addicted to the beauty of the harem and could not get out of bed. As the Blood Sickle dynasty's king, Duanxiong personally went to the Luo Water dynasty. The news of Patriarch Blood Sickle breaking through to the God-Emperor realm spread. Along the way, the immortal cultivators who saw the Blood Sickle Dynasty army discussed in low voices. At this moment, at a pass in the Luoshui dynasty, a mighty figure stood on the city wall, constantly instructing the soldiers of the Luo River dynasty to build fortifications on the pass. This was the last pass of the Luo Water dynasty. As long as this place was broken through by the Blood Sickle dynasty, the Blood Sickle dynasty's army would be able to march straight into the Luo Water dynasty's capital, Luo Water City. Luoshui stood at the city gate and looked into the distance, constantly anticipating the onslaught of the Blood Sickle dynasty. He was the #1 general of the Luoshui dynasty. He had grown up in various border passes and was responsible for guarding the various passes of the Luoshui dynasty. At this moment, a soldier from the Luoshui dynasty walked over and said to Luoshui, "General, the Blood Sickle Empire has already surrounded us. The news cannot be spread." Hearing the soldier's words, Luoshui could not help but smash the wall beside him. "Damn it!" Luoshui said angrily. The news that Patriarch Blood Sickle was about to break through to the God Emperor realm had already spread all over the world. Luoshui also wanted the news to reach to the Luoshui royal palace in time so that Luoshui city could make preparations in advance. However, he did not expect that the Blood Sickle Empire would actually cut off his connection with Luo Water City. In this way, the news could only reach him. Not only could it increase the mental pressure on his soldiers, but it could also increase the pressure on his soldiers. After breaking through his pass, he could also take down Luo Water City when it was caught off guard. Then, the soldier next to him said to Luoshui, "General, look, the Blood Sickle Empire is attacking." Upon hearing the soldier's words, Luoshui also saw the Blood Sickle dynasty soldiers slowly walking towards him. "Don't panic. Listen to my command and activate the defensive formation." Under Luoshui's orders, the soldiers of the Luoshui dynasty got busy. A huge light screen protected the entrance of the pass. The Blood Sickle Empire soldiers advanced slowly and stopped at the entrance of the pass. The imperial advisor of the Blood Sickle Empire flew into the air and shouted at Luoshui. "Luoshui, stop struggling. If you surrender obediently, one might be able to leave you with an intact corpse." Before this, it had always been the imperial advisor leading the army to attack this pass. He and Luoshui were both at the peak stage of the Divine Lord realm. The two sides had fought back and forth previously, and neither of them could take advantage of the other. However, things were different now. Duanxiong was personally fighting. With his godly king strength, Luoshui had no chance of resisting. As soon as the imperial advisor finished speaking, Luoshui shouted at him. "Duanxiong, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much? Stubborn." Before Duanxiong could reply to Luoshui, another voice rang out in the air. Duanxiong's figure slowly appeared beside Duanxiong, and he slowly said to her, "Imperial Preceptor, leave this to the king." After Duanxiong heard Duanxiong's words, she bowed respectfully to him and returned to the army. Duanxiong expressionlessly looked at the light screen in front of him. He slowly raised his arm, and a ray of light shot out from his fingertips. Whoosh! The light fiercely hit the light screen, and the Luo Water dynasty soldiers guarding the pass immediately felt a tremor, as if the light screen would shatter at any moment. Calm down, don't panic." Luoshui clutched his chest and shouted at the soldiers. As the center of the array, Luoshui had just received most of the power from Duanxiong's attack. At this moment, the blood essence in his body was also tumbling. "You have some skills." Duanxiong looked at Luoshui, who was still commanding the soldiers at the pass, and muttered to himself. Clearly, he had not expected that the light screen would not be shattered. "One wonder how many of my attacks you can block." Duanxiong stared at Luoshui in the light screen, and an even more powerful light gathered at his fingertips. "Give me a break." Duanxiong shouted, and the light shone on the light screen. This time, no miracle happened. Under Duanxiong's attack, the light curtain shattered as expected. The light screen shattered and Luoshui could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. There was no other way. The gap between a god king and a god monarch was not something that could be filled with a single array formation. Being able to withstand Duanxiong's attack just now was already his limit. Duanxiong looked at Luoshui expressionlessly and waved his arm behind him. Kill them. Under Duanxiong's signal, the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers let out a loud shout and attacked the pass. After witnessing Duanxiong's strength, the soldiers of the Luo Water Dynasty were already fearful. Under the assault of the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers, the situation was completely one-sided. Duanxiong looked at the falling soldiers of the Luo Water Dynasty and waved at Duanxiolin. Imperial Preceptor, record the situation below. After we take down the Luo Water Dynasty, distribute it to every corner of the boundless immortal continent. Let the entire immeasurable immortal continent know who is the true ruler of the immeasurable immortal continent. Understood. Duanxiolin respectfully agreed upon hearing Duanxiong's words. Then, he took out a stone from his pocket and slowly injected his true essence into it. The stone emitted a burst of light and recorded the battle below. This was the profound shadow stone. It could record all the places where its light shone. Soon, the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers reached the bottom of the pass. As long as they broke through the gate, they would be able to control this pass completely. Luoshui looked at the Luoshui dynasty soldiers who were dying under the Blood Sickle dynasty's attacks, and his eyes turned red. After slowly standing up from the ground, he jumped in front of the gate of the pass and shouted to the remaining Luo Water Dynasty soldiers. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. Now, he could only use this method to raise the morale of his soldiers. As he spoke, Luoshui picked up a large blade and slashed at the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, The 10,000 Swords. Chapter 254, The 10,000 Swords. In the sky above the boundless immortal continent, two figures flew past. They were Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian, who had just come out of Luoshui city. As they flew in the air, they saw a soldier dressed in the Luoshui dynasty's uniform. Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian looked at each other and flew down. On a small path, a Luo Water Dynasty soldier's clothes were tattered, and there were still traces of blood. He was running forward. Then, he saw Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian landing in front of him. Seeing Luo Tian's clothes, the soldier immediately walked over and said weakly, "Your Highness, we finally meet." Luo Tian looked at the weak soldier and quickly went to support him. He said slowly, "What's going on? Why are you the only one here?" When the soldier heard Luo Tian's words, he sat on the ground and said weakly, "Your Royal Highness, General Luo asked me to go to the Imperial City to tell you that Duanxiong has already gone out personally. Also, the Blood Sickle Empire's elder." Before the soldier could finish his sentence, he fainted. Seeing the soldier faint halfway through his sentence, Luo Tian shook his body and said, "What do you think happened to the Blood Sickle Empire? Don't ask. He has many wounds on his body. It's already a miracle that he can make it this far." Jiang Beichen said slowly when he saw the soldier, Luo Tian Ziyao. Hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Luo Tian realized that the soldier was bleeding multiple times. Some of the wounds had not even healed before new wounds appeared. "Blood Sickle Empire, my Luo Water Empire will fight you to the death." Luo Tian shouted angrily when he couldn't sense the soldier's aura. Although the soldier didn't finish his sentence, the news of Duanxiong personally going to war was still delivered. Luo Tian was no stranger to Duanxiong. He was the king of the Blood Sickle dynasty and had the strength of a godly king. If he were to personally attack the pass, Luoshui would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, Jiang Beichen also walked to the soldier's side and checked his injuries. Is this the Blood Sickle Empire's method of reflecting damage? Many of the wounded parts of the soldier's body were protected by armor. The armor was not broken, and there were injuries on his body. This was indeed the first time Jiang Beichen had seen such a technique. Luo Tian nodded at Jiang Beichen. Yes, yes. Senior, according to the information that this soldier just sent, I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold the pass for long. Let's hurry over. Jiang Beichen knew that Luo Tian was anxious, so he nodded at him and flew toward the pass again. At the gate, Luo Shanhe was covered in blood, and the blade in his hand was broken. His hand was pressed against the rock beside him, and his body was already a little unsteady. Go, kill him together. The Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers shouted when they saw Luo Shanhe's reaction. Before this, they had already lost several groups of people to Luo Shanhe. Seeing the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers attacking again, Luo Shanhe smiled. He picked up the broken saber in his hand and swung it for the last time. His body fell heavily to the ground. The saber beam flew past, and the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers fell to the ground. However, at the same time, the next wave of Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers broke through the gate of the pass. Kill! Charge in and flatten the Blood Sickle Empire! A Blood Sickle Dynasty soldier shouted in the crowd. Following that, a large group of Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers rushed into the pass. As he shouted, two figures flew over from afar. Soon, Luo Tian and Jiang Beichen arrived above the battlefield. At this moment, on the battlefield, the Luo Water Dynasty's army was defeated like a landslide. They were forced back by the Blood Sickle Dynasty's massacre. Luo Tian looked at the battle below and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at the Blood Sickle Dynasty. He cupped his fists at Jiang Beichen and said slowly, "Senior, please help our Luo Water Dynasty." Jiang Beichen looked at the Blood Sickle Dynasty army below and witnessed the methods Luo Tian had told him about. As expected, it reflected the damage. Then, in a flash, he appeared in the sky above the army. He gathered the vital essence in his hands and placed his hands in front of his chest. Suddenly, a long sword formed by spiritual energy appeared beside Jiang Beichen. 10,000 swords. Jiang Beichen shouted and waved his arm downward. The flying swords beside him turned into streaks of light. Like thousands of arrows, they flew towards the Blood Sickle Empire army. Wherever the flying sword passed, the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers' screams rang out continuously. Then, their bodies turned into a bloody mist and exploded in midair. Jiang Beichen looked at the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers who were constantly exploding and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he had expected, as long as he killed them forcefully, they would not be able to recover. When the Luoshui Dynasty soldiers saw the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers suddenly exploding behind them, they raised their heads and focused their gazes on Jiang Beichen in the sky. Then, Luo Tian appeared beside Jiang Beichen. Seeing the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers being slaughtered, he was also excited. He said to the Luo Water Dynasty soldiers below, "Soldiers, don't be afraid. This is a senior invited by our Luo Water Dynasty. Today, we will definitely win." The morale of the soldiers of the Luo River Dynasty rose when they heard Luo Tian's impassioned voice. "Look, that's His Highness the First Prince. His Highness the First Prince has brought reinforcements to reinforce us. I knew it. The First Prince and the others wouldn't abandon us." H11. For a moment, the Luoshui Dynasty's soldiers were filled with fighting spirit. On the contrary, the Blood Sickle Dynasty had already begun to retreat. Humph, a final struggle. A furious voice sounded in the air. Then, Duan Xiong's figure appeared above the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers. His appearance also attracted the attention of Jiang Beichen and the others. "Senior, that's the Blood Sickle Empire's king, Duan Xiong." Luo Tian came to Jiang Beichen's side and said slowly. Duan Xiong looked at Jiang Beichen's figure and felt that he was a little unfamiliar. However, when he checked Jiang Beichen's aura, it seemed that he was not even as good as his own soldiers. He must have a powerful Dharma treasure to be able to defeat Luotian and his soldiers. Poor Luotian. He thought that he had found a peerless expert, and so did his spy. He had actually been deceived by him. Thinking of this, Duan Xiong's eyes flashed with a trace of greed. If he could take possession of that magic treasure, wouldn't his strength be able to reach another level? This Luo water dynasty was really his blessed land. Not only did it allow him to obtain Luo water. Now that he had received another Dharma treasure, Duan Xiong said to Jiang Beichen and Luo Tian. Luo Tian, don't struggle anymore. I've already taken Luo water. If you kneel down and surrender now, this king can still let you go. At this point, Duan Xiong revealed a sinister smile. Otherwise, when I attack your Luo water city, one will definitely slaughter him for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, I'll let you see what a divine emperor is, 1. Chapter 255, I'll let you see what a divine emperor is, 1. As soon as Duan Xiong finished speaking, he saw Jiang Beichen already appear in the sky above him. Jiang Beichen's eyes were fixed on Duan Xiong as he gathered his true core strength and unsheathed his sword. He was ready to kill Duan Xiong with a single strike. Duan Xiong looked at Jiang Beichen's actions with disdain in his eyes. Humph, eagle bug. Before he could finish speaking, Duan Xiong saw a huge sword appear in the sky above him. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body had been locked by an aura and he could not move at all. Seeing Jiang Beichen in the sky, fear appeared in Duan Xiong's eyes for the first time. How could he not understand what magic treasure he had used to kill his soldiers just now? He was a grandmaster of the sword, and the sword was famous for its killing. If he was hit by this, Duan Xiong didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He saw Jiang Beichen pointing his finger at him. The giant sword in the sky was pointed at him, turning into a stream of light and flying towards him. Senior, I was wrong. One was blind just now and didn't know you were here. The instinctive fear in his body caused Duan Xiong's begging voice to ring out in the air. However, no matter how much he begged for mercy, the flying sword did not slow down. The flying sword arrived in the blink of an eye. Duan Xiong looked at the triangular jade pendant on his neck and shouted at him. Ancestor, save me! Ancestor, save me! Accompanied by his cry for help, the flying sword pierced through his body, and Duan Xiong's body fell from the sky. Everyone was silent as they stared at Jiang Beichen in the sky. Then, the soldiers of the Luoshui dynasty waved their weapons and shouted. Good, good, good. On the other hand, when the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers saw their ruler being killed by Jiang Beichen in one strike, they all threw down the weapons in their hands and fled. Luo Tian looked at Jiang Beichen in disbelief and said. Thank you, senior. Humph, you dare to kill my descendant. I don't care who you are, I'll make you pay with your blood. A cold voice sounded in the air. A ball of blood-red gas suddenly appeared in the direction where Duan Xiong was killed. The gas slowly gathered and finally formed a spatial vortex. Then, a figure wearing a skull necklace and holding a scythe walked out. As soon as this figure appeared, the tyrannical aura on his body suppressed the voices of everyone present. He casually scanned the battlefield and appeared beside Duan Xiong. When Duan Xiong went out to battle, he had given him a triangular jade pendant, telling him that if his life was in danger, he could crush it and appear. Now that Duan Xiong was completely dead, it was obvious that he had been killed along with the jade pendant. This is the Divine Emperor. Luo Tian looked at the old man who appeared out of thin air and said in shock. It was only now that he knew that the Blood Sickle dynasty still had a god emperor. He was a little nervous because of Jiang Beichen's joy in killing Duan Xiong. He did not know if Jiang Beichen could deal with the Divine Emperor. After all, there was only a difference of one realm between the Divine Emperor and the Divine King. However, the difference between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. However, before Duan Wanchou could do anything, Jiang Beichen appeared in front of him and said slowly, "I can feel that Luo water is on you." After Duan Wanchou heard Jiang Beichen's words and put Duan Xiong into his interspatial ring, he laughed out loud. "That's right, Luo water is with me. However, do you think you have the strength to fight for it?" After obtaining Luo water, Duan Wanchou had already completed his breakthrough from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm. The increase in his strength gave him enough confidence. Moreover, he had cultivated his undying body to the great success stage. Jiang Beichen didn't waste any more time with Duan Wanchou after he received his confirmation. He also attacked with his sword. In his perception, this old man did not seem to be any different from the old man who had been killed by his sword just now. Duan Wanchou sneered when he saw Jiang Beichen taking the initiative to attack him. A group of brats who are still wet behind their ears. Today, 1 foot 11 inches let you see what a god emperor is. When the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers heard Duan Wanchou's voice, they were all excited. The Ancestor has broken through. What's the Luo Water Dynasty? Ancestor, crush that sword and let them see what a god emperor is. Duan Wanchou nodded in satisfaction as the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers shouted. He was about to reach out to catch the sword in midair. Do you think that the godly king and the godly emperor? However, before Duan Wanchou could finish his sentence, he realized that his body was the same as Duan Xiong's. He could not move. What was going on? Duan Wanchou felt his body go out of control and was momentarily stunned. However, the flying sword was even faster than the previous one. Jiang Beichen only wanted to get the Luo water from this old man as soon as possible. Duan Wanchou's body exploded into a mist of blood. The soldiers of the Luoshui dynasty were sweating profusely. They were stunned when they saw Duan Wanchou being killed by another sword strike. Then, they shouted excitedly. Divine Emperor, is that all? Invincible, invincible, invincible. As for the Blood Sickle Empire soldiers, they had just seen hope when it was shattered in front of them. Their faces were ashen. Luo Tian looked at Jiang Beichen in the air, not knowing how to express his feelings. This senior could even kill a God Emperor realm expert with a single sword strike. Just what realm had this senior's strength reached? Back in the main hall, he had even attacked senior. At that time, senior had shown mercy, right? Jiang Beichen, who was in the air, frowned because he saw that the blood mist in the air did not disappear. In a short while, the blood mist in the air gathered again, and Duan Wanchou's figure reappeared. As expected, the Divine Emperor was not so easy to kill. Luo Tian looked at Duan Wanchou and thought to himself. Duan Wanchou's body reassembled. He clutched his chest. He had also felt the arrival of the Grim Reaper just now. Fortunately, he had already cultivated the undying body to the great success realm. Otherwise, even if he had the strength of a God Emperor realm expert, he would have been dead by now. For a moment, Duan Wanchou looked at Jiang Beichen with some fear in his eyes. Then, in a flash, she appeared beside Jiang Beichen, waving the sickle in her hand and slashing at him. As long as he could get a drop of Jiang Beichen's blood, he would be able to cast a spell to reflect the damage he had received onto Jiang Beichen. Coupled with his undying body, he would definitely be able to obtain victory. Duan Wanchou's thoughts were also detected by Jiang Beichen. In a flash, he appeared on the other side. At the same time, he swung his sword again, and Duan Wanchou's figure exploded in midair. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, looks like I can only go back and ask Master. Chapter 256, looks like I can only go back and ask Master. Bang! 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 In midair, Jiang Beichen and Duan Wanchou kept on flashing and exploding. Duan Wanchou's body had exploded countless times in the exchange of blows. Jiang Beichen stood in midair and looked at Duan Wanchou. After a few exchanges, he had a precise understanding of Duan Wanchou's undying body. It seemed that the problem couldn't be solved by killing him. He was only dodging his attacks to prevent him from taking his blood. The others didn't seem to be able to do anything to him. Duan Wancho's figure gathered once again, and he looked at Jiang Beichen, who was standing opposite him, with some fear. After exchanging a few blows, he did not even touch Jiang Beichen's clothes, let alone his blood. On the contrary, his body was constantly being slashed by the other party. If this continued, although he would not die, his foundation for advancing to the God Emperor realm would also be unstable. Duan Wancho turned around and said to the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers behind him. Blood Sickle Empire soldiers, retreat with me. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. His figure turned into a stream of light and flashed into the distance. After Duan Wancho left alone, the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers no longer had the mood to fight. They also turned around and fled, disappearing from everyone's sight in a short while. They were afraid that Jiang Beichen would suddenly stab them. Where would they go to complain? Jiang Beichen did not stop Duan Wancho and the Blood Sickle Empire from retreating. Up until now, he still didn't have a better way to restrain Duan Wancho. Although Duan Wancho's strength was nothing in his eyes, his undying body was a little shameless. When the Luo Water Dynasty soldiers saw the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers retreating, tears streamed down their faces. We won, we won. The soldier from the Luo Water Dynasty murmured. Not long ago, they thought that they would die on the battlefield and become history with the Luo River Dynasty. Luo Tian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. With the Blood Sickle Dynasty's retreat, he knew that the Luoshui Dynasty was safe. She flew up to Jiang Beichen's side and said, Senior, I can't repay your kindness. In the palace of the Luoshui Dynasty, there was a banquet. After the Blood Sickle Dynasty retreated from Luo Water City, the Blood Sickle Dynasty's soldiers in the other cities of Luo Water Dynasty also retreated. All of them retreated back to their own countries. For a time, the Luo Water Dynasty could be said to have recovered its entire territory. The palace was filled with the atmosphere of victory and joy. As the great benefactor of the Luoshui Dynasty, Jiang Beichen naturally sat in the middle of the banquet. He didn't want to attend the banquet, but Luo Tian and the others were too enthusiastic. At the banquet, Luo Tian, who was sitting next to him, picked up a wine glass and said to Jiang Beichen, The Luoshui Dynasty will never forget Senior's great kindness. In the future, if there's anything that the Luoshui Dynasty can use, please let me know. Seeing Luo Tian toast him, Jiang Beichen also picked up his glass and clinked it with Luo Tian's before downing it. After a glass of wine, seeing that Jiang Beichen didn't look very happy, he said slowly. Senior, are you troubled by the matter at Luoshui? As long as Senior gives the order, the Luo Water Empire can send troops to the Blood Sickle Empire to help Senior seize Luo Water. Luo Tian also knew that Jiang Beichen had come to Luoshui Palace for their sacred item, Luoshui. Jiang Beichen knew that Luo Tian was doing this out of goodwill, but he had yet to find a way to deal with Duan Wancho, so sending troops would be useless. Although Duan Wancho couldn't defeat him, he couldn't do anything to him. If he was driven to desperation and destroyed Luoshui or switched it to someone else, wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Putting the wine glass back on the table, Jiang Beichen said slowly. It seems that one can only go back and ask Master. Master? When Luo Tian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he was shocked. Could it be that Senior has a master? With Senior's strength of killing a God Emperor realm expert with a single sword strike, how strong would Senior's master be? Could it be the godly Emperor? No, it should be the legendary immortal. At that thought, Luo Tian felt a sense of reverence for the master Jiang Beichen spoke of. After the banquet, Jiang Beichen left the Luoshui Dynasty and returned to the place where he had entered the divine realm. His figure stopped in midair. Just like when he came, he commanded and a crack appeared between the barriers of the two worlds. Jiang Beichen's figure flashed past the two of them. At the same time, in Shao Chengtian's courtyard. Futian stood in front of Xiao Changtian and handed him a blue fruit he had just found. This blue fruit was the ingredient that Xiao Changtian told him to find. Although it took a lot of effort, he was lucky enough to not fail his mission. Xiao Changtian took the fruit from Futian and placed it in the cabinet in the kitchen. He then said to Futian, "Futian, I know that you have good talent. If you have nothing to do, you should go around the Great Sun sect more often." When she took Futian as her disciple back then, she also knew that he was a hot shot. His cultivation talent was definitely amazing. However, he was just a mortal. He knew nothing about cultivation and could not teach him anything. However, as his master, he could not delay him, right? Fortunately, the Taoist master of the Great Sun town was a reclusive expert, so he asked his disciple to visit the vicinity of the Great Sun sect. Perhaps one day, an elder of the Great Sun sect would be so happy that he would bestow an opportunity upon them. In this way, he did not waste his talent. When Futian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he looked thoughtful. "I found the ingredients. I can understand why Master praised my talent. But what was the meaning of going to the Great Sun sect? Could it be that there was an opportunity there?" Although Futian had doubts in his heart, he still retreated. As the saying went, the master led the way, but cultivation depended on one's own abilities. His master had already given him some pointers. Next, he would have to rely on himself to explore. At the same time, Jiang Beichen appeared at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing Jiang Beichen's arrival, Gan Tianlei and the others who were guarding the door greeted him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Jiang Beichen watched as Futian walked out of the door. Seeing Futian, Jiang Beichen said to him, "Junior brother, are you also here to look for master?" When Futian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he nodded at him and said slowly, "Yes, yes. One just sent the ingredients that master asked me to find over. I'm going to take a walk around the Great Sun sect." Junior brother Futian had also found the ingredients. Hearing Futian's words, Jiang Beichen felt even more strongly that the matter of Luoshui needed to be resolved immediately. Otherwise, as his senior brother, he would end up at the bottom. His master would be very disappointed in him. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, You Have to Take It Easy, 1. Chapter 257, You Have to Take It Easy, 1. After Futian left, Xiao Changtian was resting on a rocking chair in the courtyard. As soon as she lay down, she saw Jiang Beichen walking towards her. Wasn't this his crown prince's disciple? It had been a long time since he had seen him. He must have been busy looking for ingredients. With that thought in mind, Xiao Changtian turned to Jiang Beichen and said, "Are you also here to deliver ingredients to master?" Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Jiang Beichen's face turned red and he said nervously, "Master, I've been in some trouble recently and haven't gotten a water source yet." Xiao Changtian heard that Jiang Beichen was in trouble and saw that he was a little nervous. Presumably, he was in trouble and was too embarrassed to tell her, afraid that she would blame him. After all, in his previous life, he often saw some students who did something wrong and did not dare to tell the teacher, afraid that the teacher would blame them. With that thought in mind, Xiao Changtian stood up from his rocking chair and walked to Jiang Beichen's side. Patting his shoulder, he said slowly, "If there's any trouble, just say it. Master will try his best to help you." Hearing Xiao Changtian's amiable tone, the nervousness in Jiang Beichen's heart dissipated a little. After adjusting himself, he said to Xiao Changtian, "One came to the Dynasty under Master's orders to find ingredients, but I found that the Luo water sacred artifact had already been taken by someone else." Hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Xiao Changtian finally understood. He had asked this disciple to look for ingredients. He had originally wanted to return to his own dynasty and ask someone to help him find them. However, when he returned, he found that his dynasty had been attacked and the sacred object had been taken away. After thinking it through, Xiao Changtian said to Jiang Beichen, "I wonder how strong that person is. How did he snatch the sacred item away?" He also knew that this disciple of his was the crown prince of a mortal dynasty. With his martial arts skills, he could go over and arm wrestle with him to help his disciple get back the sacred object. Hearing Xiao Changtian's question, Jiang Beichen immediately replied. The spell that person cultivates is extremely strange. He has an almost undying body. Moreover, after drinking the other party's blood, he can reflect the damage he received to the other party. Ah, so he was an immortal cultivator. When Xiao Changtian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he felt a little troubled. He could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortal cultivators, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, 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 he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with immortals. He could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with immortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could deal with mortals, he could have no way. Moreover, from what his disciple said, why did he feel that it was an animated character he had seen in his previous life? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Jiang Beichen. Disciple, is that person wearing a blood-red robe and holding a scythe? Jiang Beichen nodded after hearing Xiao Changtian's words. As expected of his master. He could observe everything in the world from the small courtyard. He even knew Duan Wanchou's clothes and weapons clearly. Seeing Jiang Beichen nod, Xiao Changtian confirmed his thoughts. That immortal cultivator was definitely the reincarnation of Feiduan. It would be good enough if he didn't get killed by such an immortal cultivator, let alone snatch the sacred object from him. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian could only console Jiang Beichen. Disciple, you have to be open-minded about everything. Don't fall into a dead end. Xiao Changtian was also afraid that his disciple would be hot-headed and go find an immortal cultivator to take back the sacred object. One must know that immortal cultivators are not something mortals like us can deal with, let alone such an awesome immortal cultivator. Fortunately, only the sacred item was lost, and no one was injured or killed. After Jiang Beichen heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also looked thoughtful. Master told me not to fall into a dead end, but other than avoiding that old monster and not letting him drink my blood, there's no good way to deal with it. That's not right. Could it be that Master wants me to give the blood to that old monster? The way of the sword that you practice is the way of killing. How can you get rid of it? You should always go forward. At the thought of this, Jiang Beichen looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He said to Xiao Changtian. Master, one understand. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, this disciple of his was not a stubborn person. After Master opens the path of invincibility, I'll help you snatch back the sacred artifact. Jiang Beichen was about to leave and Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiuhuang. Beichen is leaving. Send him off. Hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Mu Jiuhuang also walked out of the room and bowed to Xiao Changtian. Then, she sent Jiang Beichen out of Xiao Changtian's courtyard. After returning, Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiuhuang. What do you think of Beichen's mental state? Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiuhuang looked a little confused. Obviously, she didn't know why Xiao Changtian suddenly asked her this question, but she still said to Xiao Changtian. Master, I think Beichen's mental state is very good. Xiao Changtian nodded and said to Mu Jiuhuang. That's good. Beichen has been in trouble recently. Although Beichen seemed to have come to his senses under his guidance. However, there was no guarantee that he would not be hot-headed at any time. It was better to let his maidservant watch over him more. After giving Mu Jiuhuang his instructions, Xiao Changtian returned to his rocking chair and took a nap. Luoshui Dynasty. After leaving Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Jiang Beichen immediately returned to the Luoshui Dynasty. At this moment, Jiang Beichen stood in the palace of Luoshui Palace and said to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, your Luo Water Empire has been resting for the past few days. Do you dare to join me in sending troops to the Blood Sickle Empire? After defeating the Blood Sickle Dynasty, Luo Tian's reputation in the Luoshui Dynasty had reached an unprecedented height. Naturally, he would replace his father and become the new king of the Luo River Dynasty. After hearing Jiang Beichen's words, Luo Tian quickly replied. My Luo Water Empire is willing to follow Senior to send troops to the Blood Sickle Empire to avenge our past humiliation and repay Senior's kindness. Seeing Luo Tian's expression, Jiang Beichen nodded and said. Then you should reorganize and set off now. Jiang Beichen felt that Luo Tian was just a friend he had met by chance. If Luo Tian had rejected him, he wouldn't have said anything. He would have just assumed that he had misjudged Luo Tian. Soon, the Luo Water Dynasty army was ready to go under Luo Tian's reorganization. Luo Tian brought Jiang Beichen to the top of the city wall and said to him. Senior, the Luo Water Dynasty army can set off at any time. After Luo Tian finished speaking, Jiang Beichen took the lead and flew out on his flying sword. Seeing Jiang Beichen's actions, Luo Tian said to the army below. All troops, listen up. Follow Senior and attack. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Oh no, I forgot to bring the Nanming Ignis painting, 1. Chapter 258, Oh no, I forgot to bring the Nanming Ignis painting, 1. 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the North Barren State. Nailan Yen was nestled in Li Wushuang's arms, and beside her was Chu Yuan Shan, who was wearing a beast skin coat. After a round of fighting, the 3 of them had been searching for the whereabouts of the Lord of the Divine Court for the past few days. In mid-air, the scenery below could be seen at a glance. Nailan Yen pointed at Great Sun Town below and said slowly. Brother Wushuang, that seems to be the most powerful sect within a few miles. Shall I go down and ask them to take a rest? Nailan Yen had originally thought that with Chu Yuan Shan joining them, they would be able to quickly find the position of the Lord of the Divine Court. However, they did not expect that after talking to Chu Yuan Shan, they realized that Chu Yuan Shan knew even less than they did. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan Shan's strength, Nailan Yen would have asked Li Wushuang to part ways with him long ago. Li Wushuang had always been a bootlicker to Nailan Yen. After hearing Nailan Yan's words, he casually glanced down and smacked Nailan Yan's face before saying. Alright, Bao, I'll listen to you. After spending a few days with them, Chu Yuan Shan was already used to their affectionate behavior. Originally, he had planned to attack Li Wushuang and the others after he recovered his strength. However, after discovering that they knew more about the Lord of the Divine Court than he did, he kept them alive, wanting to find the source of their information. After hearing Li Wushuang and Nailan Yan's words, Chu Yuanshan also snorted coldly, indicating his agreement. After arriving on the Tian Yuan continent, Chu Yuanshan was first beaten up by Gan Tianlei and the others, then he searched for the Lord of the Divine Court with Li Wushuang and the others. He hadn't had a good rest yet, but the impression that Daong Town had left on him wasn't very good. Seeing that there were no objections, the 3 of them flashed and appeared in the Great Sun sect. At this moment, the Great Sun Immortal was in his room studying the calligraphy and painting that Xiao Changtian had given him. Comprehending the artistic conception in the painting had already become the daily routine of the Great Sun Immortal. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door, followed by an anxious voice. Sect Master, bad news. 3 people suddenly came outside, muttering that they want to find you. When he heard that a disciple of his sect had been injured, the Great Sun Immortal immediately stood up from the bed. He opened the door and said to the panting Great Sun sect disciple. Where are they now? Bring me there. At the same time, in Great Sun Hall, Li Wushuang was holding a whip in her hand. She would occasionally whip the Great Sun sect disciples who had fallen in front of her. This whip was obtained from robbing a divine lord a while ago. Pa! Another whip landed on the back of another Great Sun sect disciple, and a trail of blood immediately appeared on his back. The sect leader of a small Great Sun sect actually didn't come out to welcome me. I want to see when he will come out. Wushuang whacked the Great Sun sect disciple casually as she spoke with dissatisfaction. After the interrogation just now, he knew that the Great Sun Immortal was only a Saint King. A puny Saint King actually didn't come out to welcome him, and these disciples even told him that the sect master was resting and needed to report. One had to know that even a divine lord was respectful after being robbed by him. Then, the voice of the Great Sun Immortal came from outside the door. Stop! The Great Sun Immortal had just entered the hall with the disciples behind him. When he saw the injured disciples of the Great Sun sect, he was furious. He pointed at Wushuang and the others and shouted. Humiliating my Great Sun sect like this, you are courting death. Hearing the furious voice of the Great Sun Immortal, Nalan Yen immediately ran into Wushuang's arms. She raised her head and said to him in a sweet voice. Brother Wushuang, this old man is so fierce, I am so scared. Hearing Nalan Yan's sweet voice, the Great Sun sect disciples behind the Great Sun Immortal could not help but tremble, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. When Wushuang heard Nalan Yan's words, she hugged her tightly and said softly. Bow, with me here, Brother Wushuang will help you teach him a lesson for a reckless Saint King. Seeing Nalan Yan nod, Wushuang waved the long whip in her hand. A tyrannical aura blew towards Taoist Big Sun and the others. The disciple behind the Great Sun Immortal could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. This aura, is it a God King? The Great Sun Immortal covered his face with his hand and said in shock. Ha ha ha, one didn't expect you to know about the God King. It seems that your horizons are quite broad. Wushuang laughed at the Great Sun Immortal and then said coldly. Since you know about the God King, why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize? The Great Sun Immortal snorted, waved his sleeves, and reached his hand into his pocket. According to common sense, he, a saint ruler, should kneel down and bow before a God King. However, he had the Nanming Ignis diagram given to him by his senior. Ever since he had it, he had never lost a fight. After fiddling with his pocket and rummaging through his interspatial ring, the immortal De Yang's heart sank. Oh no, he had just arrived in a hurry, and the Nanming Ignis painting was still in his room. Wushuang saw that the Grand Sun Immortal didn't kneel down after hearing her words. Instead, he searched her body. He couldn't help but feel angry, and he whipped the long whip in his hand at the Great Sun Immortal. Pa! The long whip hit the body of the Great Sun Immortal, and his body flew out of the hall like a kite with a broken string. Wow, Brother Wushuang is so awesome. Nalan Yen said softly to Wushuang when she saw the big Sun Jinren being sent flying. Chu Yuanshan had been sitting on a chair in the main hall. He had not participated in any of the topics from the beginning to the end. Outside the Great Sun Palace, Taoist Master De Yang was lying on the ground with blood still dripping from his mouth. He clutched his chest as he watched Wushuang and Nalan Yen slowly walk out of the palace. Damn it, he had to get the Nanming Ignis painting as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. After pondering for a while, he stood up and walked to his room. Baby, look, doesn't he look like a clown now? Wushuang pointed at the limping appearance of the enlightened person in the big sun as she spoke to Nalan Yen who was in her arms. Aya, you're so bad. Following that, Nalan Yen's charming laughter rang out from her bosom. On the path leading to the Great Sun sect, Futian was scratching the back of his head, thinking about what Xiao Changtian had said to him. Maybe we'll find something if we take a walk around the Great Sun sect. Along the way, Futian muttered to himself countless times. Then, he felt the fluctuation of aura coming from the Great Sun sect. Did something happen in the Great Sun sect? Futian looked up at the buildings of the Great Sun clan. Could this be the reason why Master asked me to come over? After saying this excitedly, Futian quickened his pace towards the Great Sun sect. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Human and Sword as One, Death of the Blood Sickle Empire. _I. Chapter 259, Human and Sword as One, Death of the Blood Sickle Empire. _I. In the sky above Blood Sickle City, the group of Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers looked at Jiang Beichen's figure in shock. The expected situation of Jiang Beichen turning into a blood mist like Patriarch Blood Sickle did not happen. On the contrary, it looked as if it was unscathed. After a brief moment of shock, the soldiers of the Luo River Dynasty let out a series of shouts. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Patriarch Blood Sickle's figure gathered again. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Jiang Beichen. What was going on? He had exploded into a bloody mist, but why did this kid look completely fine? Could it be that his internal injuries were severe, so he was forcing himself to pretend to be unscathed? Yes, that must be the case. Patriarch Blood Sickle thought to himself as he beckoned at Jiang Beichen. As long as he withstood a few more attacks, this kid definitely wouldn't be able to withstand my rebound attacks. It was a huge blow to the soldiers of the Luo Water Dynasty. At that time, it will be the time for our Blood Sickle Empire to launch a counterattack. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Patriarch Blood Sickle's face. Meanwhile, Jiang Beichen was in a daze as he felt the changes in his body. When the reflected damage was applied to his body, he could clearly feel that his comprehension of the sword Dao and the true essence attached to his sword had increased by a level. He couldn't help but think of the painting that Xiao Changtian gave him when he first entered the sect. The edge of a sword is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Master, so what one comprehended previously was only the tip of the iceberg of sword intent. So this is how the sword needs to be tempered. Jiang Beichen mumbled. Under the polishing of the reflected sword intent, Jiang Beichen's swordsmanship had improved yet again. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, Jiang Beichen looked at Patriarch Blood Sickle indifferently. To him, the current Patriarch Blood Sickle was the best grinding stone for his sword. Patriarch Blood Sickle looked at Jiang Beichen, who was attacking him again. For some reason, he felt that Jiang Beichen seemed to have changed. The sword in his hand seemed to have been sharpened. Even the sword energies that flew over became even colder. Whatever, maybe it's my illusion. When this kid can't withstand the injuries in his body, 1 foot 11 inches definitely win. With that thought in mind, the sword beam arrived as promised, turning Patriarch Blood Sickle's body into a cloud of blood mist again. Once again, Jiang Beichen felt the inner yuan in his body churn and become sharper. What's up with Patriarch Blood? Could it be that he didn't use the rebound art? After Patriarch Blood Sickle's body exploded into a bloody mist several times without Jiang Beichen being injured, the immortal cultivators began to feel that something was wrong. How is that possible? One think this senior must have found a way to counter the rebound technique. *T. The Blood Sickle Empire has been in the boundless immortal continent for so many years. If the rebound technique could be restrained, it would have spread long ago. Stop talking. Look. A cultivator pointed at the sky, and everyone looked over. The current Patriarch Blood Sickle was no longer as calm as before when he had obtained the blood. Instead, he seemed to be fleeing in panic. Patriarch Blood Sickle was now filled with fear. Just like the immortal cultivators below, he also felt that something was wrong. It had been so long. If Jiang Beichen was injured, he should have collapsed. Now, not only did he not fall, but his attacks were even more agile. There were a few times when Patriarch Blood Sickle felt that his undying body could not withstand it and was about to be slashed to death. This kid was really strange. Patriarch Blood Sickle no longer had the time to think about why his rebound art was ineffective. All he could think about was how to escape. Once again, Shin's figure was locked onto him. Shin's figure had already arrived above him. He said to him expressionlessly. It's over. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Beichen's body transformed into a giant sword that could lift the sky. Bang! As soon as the giant sword appeared, the weapons on the cultivators below trembled continuously, as if they had encountered a terrifying existence. This is man and sword as one, man and sword as one. A cultivator in the crowd exclaimed. How could they still not understand? This senior's sword cultivation had already reached the peak of perfection. The giant sword tore through the sky. Patriarch Blood Sickle's gaze was filled with fear at first, but it eventually turned into a trace of madness. Why? One should be the overlord of the boundless immortal continent after one broke through to the God-Emperor realm. How could an expert like you appear? I can't accept this, one can't accept this. Patriarch Blood Sickle's voice echoed in the air, followed by Jiang Beichen's greatsword. Bang! This time, Patriarch Blood Sickle's body did not turn into a bloody mist. Instead, his life force was directly cut off as he fell from midair in front of the city gates of Blood Sickle City. The Ancestor is dead, the Ancestor is dead. The death of the Blood Sickle Patriarch and Jiang Beichen's imposing manner had thrown the Blood Sickle Dynasty soldiers into disarray, throwing down their weapons and surrendering. Soldiers, follow me in. After Jiang Beichen had killed Patriarch Blood Sickle, Luotian was delighted as well. He commanded the Luoshui dynasty soldiers to advance. The other cultivators also understood that after today, the Luo Water dynasty would become the only overlord of the boundless immortal continent. Immediately, they all wanted to transmit their voices to their own sections. Ancestor, the Luo Water Empire has already destroyed the Blood Sickle Empire. In the future, the Luo Water Empire cannot be provoked. Some of the immortal cultivators became terrified. When the Luo River Dynasty was weak, they had hit them when they were down. Immediately, they said to the voice transmission jade pendant in their hands, Ancestor, the Luo Water Dynasty has won. Hurry up and take out the sect's cornerstone treasure as an apology. Otherwise, when that sword senior arrives, we'll probably be doomed. Soon, Luoshui dynasty conquered Blood Sickle City. Luotian slowly said to Jiang Beichen. Senior, we've already searched the entire palace, but there's no sign of Luoshui. Jiang Beichen scanned the entire Blood Sickle City with his holy sense and walked forward. He said to Luotian. Follow me. Soon, Jiang Beichen appeared on the Blood Sickle Dynasty's square. With a swing of his sword, the Blood Sickle Patriarch statue on the square was cut in half, and a spatial entrance appeared. This is the Blood Sickle Empire's secret chamber. Luotian looked at the spatial entrance and said happily. Before this, they had not found anything valuable in the Blood Sickle Dynasty. He suspected that they had moved elsewhere in advance. He did not expect there to be a secret chamber here. Jiang Beichen led the group into the secret chamber. Soon, the Blood Sickle Dynasty's accumulated wealth over the years appeared before them. Luotian looked at all of this excitedly. With all of this, he believed that the Luo Water Dynasty would soon return to its peak. However, Jiang Beichen was not interested in these things. Compared to the calligraphy and paintings that Xiao Changtian had given him, these things were far inferior. After walking around the secret room, he found Luoshui. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, Let him have a mouth to eat, 1. Chapter 260, Let him have a mouth to eat, 1. Jiang Beichen looked at the spiritual spring in his hand and said slowly to Luotian. This is the water source that never freezes, Luo water. Luotian nodded and said slowly. Yes, yes. This is Luo water. As long as it is matched with the corresponding array formation, a mystic realm can be constructed. The density of spiritual energy there will be several times that of the outside world. When Jiang Beichen heard Luotian's words, he also felt the Luo water in his hand. However, he could sense that the Luo water's energy was slowly dissipating. If this continued, wouldn't the water source be useless when his master cooked? Luo Tian seemed to have noticed Jiang Beichen's confusion and quickly said to him. Senior, after Luoshui was seized by the Blood Sickle Empire, Patriarch Blood Sickle must have forcefully seized the energy in his body, causing Luoshui's energy to flow away. Jiang Beichen couldn't help but ask. Is there a solution to this? Now that he had finally obtained Luoshui, if he were to cripple it, he would have to find another one. When Luo Tian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he replied. Senior, don't worry. This Luoshui river has some connections with our Luoshui dynasty's cultivation technique. As long as it is nourished by our Luoshui dynasty's cultivation technique, it will recover in a few days. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Jiang Beichen was relieved and immediately said, how about this? 1 foot 11 inches, leave this Luo water here to nourish it first. Then, you'll follow me to see master. Luo Tian was excited when he heard that he was going to Jiang Beichen's master. He had admired Jiang Beichen's master for a long time. This senior went to see his master and used the human sword unity after returning. It was hard to imagine what realm that person's strength had reached. However, I have to remind you in advance that master is currently tempering his heart in the mortal world and playing around. When you reach master, you can't casually release your true essence. Otherwise, neither of us can bear the responsibility, understand? After Luo Tian heard Jiang Beichen's words, he quickly nodded. Following that, Jiang Bei led them to the stronghold between the two worlds. Senior, we are. Luo Tian also felt a little strange when she saw Jiang Beichen bring her to the barrier between the two worlds. Master is not in the divine world. He lives in the lower realm. However, don't look down on the lower realm. Your boundless immortal continent can't even compare to a brick in Master's courtyard. As Jiang Beichen spoke, he brandished the sword in his hand to break the barrier between the two worlds. Luo Tian looked at Jiang Beichen's master with even more anticipation when he saw Jiang Beichen casually open the barrier between the two worlds that was filled with nomological laws. Then, he followed Jiang Beichen and flew down to the lower realm. Shao Changtian was in the courtyard at the moment. He said to Mu Jiuhuang, how has Beichen been recently? Has he done anything extreme? Shao Changtian was also very worried about his disciple's situation after he found out that Jiang Beichen's dynasty was attacked by Xiaoxianists. Mu Jiuhuang shook her head and said to Shao Changtian. Master, Beichen has been doing well recently. There's no problem. After Shao Changtian told her to keep an eye on Jiang Beichen, she had talked to him when she was feeding the black tortoise. From Black Tortoise, he knew that Jiang Beichen had not had any difficulties recently. On the contrary, he had made a breakthrough, so he told Shao Changtian the truth. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Then, Shao Changtian saw Jiang Beichen walk in with a young man. Jiang Beichen came to Shao Changtian's side and bowed to him before saying, Master, I've already found the unfreezing water source. Then, he gestured to Luo Tian behind him. Luo Tian followed behind Jiang Beichen and sized up Shao Changtian as he entered. In his eyes, Shao Changtian was dressed in a green robe and had a graceful bearing. He looked like an immortal. Moreover, the aura on his body did not leak out at all. Presumably, it had already reached a level that he could not catch up with. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget. A phoenix with an endless fire domain around its body. A divine dog that used the stars in the universe as a chessboard and opened its bloody mouth to devour the sky and the moon. An ant that walked out of the chaos. There was also a golden dragon whose body covered the heavens. These terrifying auras directly pressed him until he couldn't breathe. Luo Tian felt that the true essence in his body had stopped flowing. After receiving Jiang Beichen's signal, Luo Tian quickly took out the Luo water he had been nourishing and handed it to Shao Changtian. Shao Changtian took the Luo water and placed it on the table beside him. This thing was exactly the same as the image given by the system. It was obviously correct. He did not expect that his disciple would not forget to find ingredients for him after the sacred artifact was stolen from his family. He had indeed not misjudged him back then. He picked up the few paintings he had just finished and handed them to Xiao Changtian. He said slowly, "My dear disciple, these are the paintings one just finished. Take them." Jiang Beichen took the calligraphy and painting from Xiao Changtian, feeling a little excited. This was a supreme opportunity given to him by his master. Seeing Jiang Beichen's happy look, Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. This disciple of his really liked painting and calligraphy. He was not like others who liked to wield swords. After he inherited the throne, he could rule the world with literature. Then, he saw Luo Tian behind Jiang Beichen. Luo Tian's body was covered in dust. Moreover, his clothes were a little tattered. It was obvious that his family had met with a disaster. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Jiang Beichen, "Disciple, the person behind you must be in trouble at home." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Jiang Beichen nodded and said to Xiao Changtian, "Yes, master." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Luo Tian was also shocked. This senior's master was able to take these divine beasts under his command. His father must have been delirious, and he must have known that the Blood Sickle Empire had attacked him. Immediately, he nodded to Xiao Changtian and said, "Senior is right. I came here earlier too." When Xiao Changtian heard Luo Tian's words, he waved his hand, indicating that Luo Tian didn't need to continue. When his family was in trouble, he came to his place so that he could take him in and give him a bite to eat. He then turned to Elder Zhu Yi and said, "Elder Zhu Yi, there's a young man here. One think he's quite young and strong. Can you arrange a job for him so that he can have a living?" Elder Zhu Yi, who was supervising deity King Red Cloud and the others, also hurried over when he heard Xiao Changtian's words. He had noticed Luo Tian when he came in. It was just that Luo Tian's aura did not seem to be as strong as Divine King Red Cloud and the others. After all, Divine King Red Cloud and the others had spent a lot of effort to get rid of the ashes. This kid probably could not do anything. But since Senior said so, he naturally had his reasons. Chapter 261, Chapter 261. What exactly did you experience that made the godly king feel that the divine world was not smelly? Chapter 261. What exactly did you experience that made the godly king feel that the divine world was not smelly? After hearing Xiao Changtian's order, Elder Zhu Yi walked up to Luo Tian and said slowly, "Brat, follow me." Luo Tian looked at Elder Zhu Yi in shock. He had wanted to thank Xiao Changtian and Jiang Beichen, but Xiao Changtian had arranged a job for him. What was Senior doing? Although Luo Tian had some doubts, he still followed Elder Zhu Yi over. After a while, Elder Zhu Yi led Luo Tian to the yard. This was God King Hongyun, God King He Tian, and Luo Tian looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. As for God King Red Cloud and the others, although he had never seen them before, he still knew their unique attire. Furthermore, after sensing for a while, he discovered that each and every one of the people carrying bricks and smashing dust here was stronger than him. They were all at the godly king cultivation level. Why were these god kings all moving bricks and smashing dust here? At this moment, God King Red Cloud, who was in the midst of grinding dust, saw Luo Tian and smiled at him. "Isn't this the kid from the Luo Water Dynasty? I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity." Chance? Luo Tian was a little confused when he heard what Red Cloud Divine King said, but he still smiled and bowed back. Luoshui Dynasty's Luo Tian greets God King Red Cloud. At the same time, Elder Zhu Yi walked over with a wooden bucket and said to Luo Tian, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and dust them." Then, he pointed at God King Red Cloud and said, "And you, why are you talking so much? Do your job well. You're usually the one who's the most troublesome." Do you believe that I'll kick you? Hearing Elder Zhu Yi's words, God King Red Cloud immediately smiled at him and turned around to work. From the looks of it, he was really afraid that Elder Zhu Yi would kick him into the ash pit. And you guys, don't think that you have nothing to do just because one didn't say anything. Do your job well and don't slack off. As he spoke, Elder Zhu Yi waved the whip in his hand at the other God Kings. When those who were in the midst of dust scattering heard Elder Zhu Yi's words, they lowered their heads and began to work seriously. He looked like a child who had done something wrong. Luo Tian was also stunned. Heavens, what did one just see? Luo Tian rubbed his eyes. Just now, this Deshang stage cultivator in front of him was teaching a lesson to the God King. Furthermore, it was a large group of godly kings. More importantly, these godly kings were even submissive, as if they did not dare to offend him. Luo Tian felt like his worldview had been greatly impacted. One had to know that these godly kings were also figures who dominated a region in the divine realm. Just as Luo Tian was in shock, he saw a person carrying a wicker basket pass by him. The wicker basket was filled with bricks of all sizes. Young man, you must be new. After that person slowly said this to him, he went to the side and started moving bricks. Isn't this Emperor Gord? Luo Tian looked at the figure and said slowly in his heart. When he was young, he was lucky enough to meet the Gord Emperor. At that time, he was already a supreme expert who dominated a region. He did not expect him to be carrying bricks here. Luo Tian was so shocked that he could not speak. It was as if he had not come to the lower realm but to the immortal world. Oh, no, it was the human realm upon heavens. It was rumored that only the godly monarchs of the human realm upon heavens would carry bricks and dust. At this moment, the black-robed God King was carrying a wooden bucket to get some mud. When he saw Luo Tian still standing there, he said to him, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get to work." When God King Black Heaven wanted to say something, he saw Elder Zhu Yi staring at him. Dark Sky Divine King immediately shut his mouth and started working. After Luo Tian heard the Black Sky Divine King's words, he planned to follow him. He also wanted to know what exactly had happened to make these God Kings leave the God King Palace and come here to carry bricks and dust. Moreover, they looked like they were enjoying themselves. Just as he was about to pick up the wooden bucket by his feet, Luo Tian realized that he couldn't lift it. What happened? Luo Tian looked into the barrel. There was nothing inside. The true essence in his body slowly gathered in his palm. He used force to lift the bucket again and finally lifted the bucket off the ground. This wooden barrel was unusually heavy. Luo Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and filled the bucket with muddy water. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight in his hand, and the wooden bucket fell to the ground with a thud. What was going on? Luo Tian felt that the wooden bucket had become several times heavier after adding muddy water. Now, Luo Tian finally understood that the wooden bucket in his hand was probably some kind of spirit weapon or even immortal weapon. Also, the muddy water in the wooden bucket was probably some kind of awesome spiritual item. After that, Luo Tian felt a sense of exhaustion in his body. Then, the true essence in his body slowly recovered, and it was even more condensed than before. His cultivation base had already reached the peak stage of God Monarch. After such a transformation in his body, there were actually faint signs of him breaking through to God King. Luo Tian could feel the changes in his body, and he was in disbelief. This time, he also understood why this group of godly kings were willing to carry bricks and dust here. Because this was an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. All of a sudden, Luo Tian felt that the divine world was not fragrant at all. Where else could he find a good thing that could increase his cultivation by smashing ashes? Brat, can you do it? Elder Zhui's words reached Luo Tian's ears again. Senior, I can do it. In order to raise his cultivation, how could he say that he could not? After hearing Elder Zhui's words, Luo Tian hurriedly gathered all his true essence and held the wooden bucket with both hands. His face was red, and his hands were trembling as he lifted the wooden bucket. Finally, he lifted the wooden bucket. Then, he staggered towards the black sky divine king with the bucket in his hand. Looking at the water on the ground, Luotian said to Elder Zhui. Senior, I can do it. Be careful next time. Elder Zhui snorted and said nothing. 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the North Barren state. Nalan Yen was nestled in Li Wushuang's arms, and beside her was Chu Yuan Shan, who was wearing a beast skin coat. After a round of fighting, the 3 of them had been searching for the whereabouts of the Lord of the Divine Court for the past few days. In mid-air, the scenery below could be seen at a glance. Nalan Yen pointed at Great Sun Town below and said slowly. Brother Wushuang, that is the Great Sun Town that fellow Taoist Chu mentioned. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, Treasure, there are so many people, isn't it inappropriate? Chapter 262, Treasure, there are so many people, isn't it inappropriate? Hearing Nalan Yan's words, Li Wushuang also nodded her head and casually glanced down, her mouth disdainfully saying. What's so great about a Mirdaung town? We can easily destroy him. With Chu Yuan Shan joining them, Nalan Yan and the others thought that they would be able to quickly find the position of the Lord of the Divine Court. However, they did not expect that after talking to Chu Yuan Shan, they realized that Chu Yuan Shan knew even less than they did. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan Shan's strength, Nalan Yan would have asked Li Wushuang to part ways with him long ago. This time, they came to Daong Town because they heard from Chu Yuan Shan that his previous mount was trapped in Daong Town. If he could save it, his strength would increase to another level. Thinking about how Chu Yuan Shan's strength had improved, Nalan Yan immediately suggested coming to Daong Town to help Chu Yuan Shan find his mount. Li Wushuang had always been a bootlicker to Nalan Yan. After hearing Nalan Yan's suggestion, he immediately agreed. After spending a few days with them, Chu Yuan Shan was already used to their arrogant behavior. Originally, he had planned to attack Li Wushuang and the others after he recovered his strength. However, after discovering that they knew more about the Lord of the Divine Court than he did, he kept them alive, wanting to find the source of their information. Moreover, they were here to help him find the Iron Eater. Thus, after hearing Li Wushuang and Nalan Yan's words, Chu Yuanshan only snorted coldly and didn't say anything. At the same time, in Xiao Chengtian's courtyard, the autumn wind blew. The trees in the courtyard suddenly rustled. Xiao Chengtian looked up at the sky. According to the time, it was probably going to be winter soon. He remembered that the last time, the great sun immortal had a flaming bead with him. He saw him casually placing it in the hall. It seemed to be used as an ornament. If he could borrow it, he could make it into a small sun to keep warm. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chengtian said to Futian. Futian, help me go to the Great Sun sect and borrow the fire pearl from the Great Sun Immortal. All right. When Futian heard Xiao Chengtian's words, he immediately agreed. Ever since he found the ingredients, he had nothing to do in the courtyard for the past few days. Hearing Xiao Chengtian's words, he naturally went out. In the town of Great Sun, Li Wushuang was holding a whip in her hand. From time to time, she would whip the disciples of Great Sun's sect who had fallen in front of her. This whip was obtained from robbing a divine lord a while ago. Pa! The whip landed on the back of a Great Sun sect disciple, and a trail of blood immediately appeared on his back. It's just a small Great Sun sect. After one came to Great Sun Town, the sect master actually didn't come out to welcome me. I want to see when he will come out. Li Wushuang whacked the Great Sun sect disciple casually as she spoke with dissatisfaction. These people were the disciples of Great Sun's sect who had gone out to patrol Great Sun Town. When he met Li Wushuang, he was captured and tortured by her. After a round of interrogation, he also knew that the cultivation of the Great Sun Immortal was only that of a Saint King. When he came to Daong Town, a puny Saint King actually did not come out to welcome him. These disciples even told him that the sect master would not let him off. One had to know that even a divine lord was respectful after being robbed by him. A puny Great Sun sect dared to threaten him. Immediately, he slapped the Great Sun sect disciple a few more times. On the path leading to the Great Sun sect, Futian was scratching the back of his head. Then, he saw some people fleeing in panic on the street. What happened? Just as Futian was feeling doubtful, an aura fluctuation came from the front. Is there a battle? Futian looked ahead. In Dayang town, fighting was not a common thing. After muttering to himself, Futian quickened his pace and walked forward. On the streets of Dayang town, the Great Sun sect disciple's figure fell to the ground. Standing in front of him were Wushuang and Nailan Yen. You want to escape? Where are you going? Kneel down and kowtow to me. If I'm happy, I might let you go. Wushuang looked at the Great Sun sect disciple on the ground with contempt and teased him. Today in Great Sun town, Wushuang felt that she had performed well in front of Nailan Yen. After today, Sister Nailan must have been completely conquered by his majestic manliness. Wushuang said in her heart. At this moment, Nailan Yen also whispered in her ear. Brother Wushuang, don't forget the important matter. Their main purpose for coming here was to ask the Great Sun sect to help them gather information. When Wushuang heard Nailan Yan's words, she thought that she wanted to do it with him. She smiled and said, Bao, there are so many people. Nailan Yan heard Wushuang's words and felt that it was a little strange. It wasn't until Wushuang gave her a smack on the face that she reacted. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Men were indeed creatures that had their brains filled with sperm. Then, he half pushed and half backed into Wushuang's ear. Brother Wushuang, I hate you. They are talking about fellow Taoist Chu. Upon hearing Nailan Yan's words, Wushuang stopped her attack. After tidying her collar, she said to the Great Sun sect disciple on the ground, Have you thought it through? If you kowtow to me now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, after today, there will no longer be a Great Sun sect in this world. Hearing Wushuang's words, the Great Sun sect disciple spat at him. Looking at this adulterous couple lovey-dovey in front of him, he felt disgusted. At this moment, a clear voice sounded in his ear. Who is this person that dares to cause trouble in Dayang town? The sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over. A young man was walking towards them. It was Futian, who had just come out of Shao Changtian's courtyard. Wasn't this senior's disciple? When the Great Sun sect disciples who were lying on the ground saw Futian, they were overjoyed as if they had seen their savior. Senior must have found out about the situation in our Great Sun town and sent his disciples to come and save us. At the thought of this, the Great Sun sect disciple felt grateful towards Shao Changtian. What was going on with Dayang town? They weren't strong, but everyone in the town was very arrogant. If he didn't conquer Dayang town today, how could he show off his masculinity in front of Sister Nailan? Wushuang was infuriated by the sudden voice. She waved her whip and was about to hit Futian. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Futian wants to rape me, 1. Chapter 263, Futian wants to rape me, 1. On the other hand, Nailan Yen was stunned when she saw Futian's figure. She could not help but say, Futian. Hearing Nailan Yan's words, Wushuang stopped what she was doing and said to Nailan Yen in her arms. Bao, do you know this person? Nailan Yan's eyes flashed when she heard Wushuang's name. Back at Incense Burner Peak, this Futian had humiliated him. He did not expect to meet him here today. As long as he killed him, no one would know about his past. Nailan Yen was just about to speak to Wushuang when she heard Futian's voice. Nailan Yen, I didn't expect you to still be the same as before. You really can't change your ways. What did you say? Wushuang shouted at Futian. Nalan Yan even pretended to be sobbing as she snuggled into Li Wushuang's embrace, saying in a wrong tone. Brother Wushuang, do you still remember what one told you before? When one was young, my family was not good. There were always people who coveted me. That Futian wanted to rape me before. Saying this, Nalan Yan began to sob in Li Wushuang's embrace. It was said that Futian wanted to rape Nalan Yan and cooperate with Nalan Yan's tears. At this moment, Li Wushuang was already filled with anger. She didn't care about whether it was real or fake. Immediately, he said to Nalan Yan. Bao, it's okay. Brother Wushuang will help you get justice. Hearing Li Wushuang's words, Nalan Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, as if she could already see what would happen to Futian. Futian, this time, I'm going to pay you back double for the humiliation you gave me. With this thought in mind, Nalan Yan stood to the side. She wanted to see how Futian would be defeated by Li Wushuang. When Futian saw Nalan Yan's acting skills, he could not help but give her a thumbs up in his heart. With his current strength, Nalan Yan's words earlier were naturally all taken in by his ears. What poor family background, what I want to rape you. Don't even mention having a little bit of contact with you. It's simply making up something out of nothing, okay? While Futian was sighing in his heart, Li Wushuang's long whip also broke through the air. Futian looked coldly at the whip that was coming at him. He raised his arm and grabbed the whip. What was going on? Li Wushuang was surprised to see Futian grab the whip. In his perception, there was no aura on Futian's body. He was just a mortal. No wonder he dared to come here alone. It turned out that he had hidden his aura. However, with my God King level, so what if I hide my aura? Li Wushuang snorted in her heart and was about to pull the whip back to launch a second attack. However, before he could pull the whip back, Futian pulled the whip in his hand. The whip in Li Wushuang's hand fell to the ground and she almost fell. How was this possible? Nalan Yan, who was watching everything from the side, looked at Futian in shock. You must be a God King as well. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. However, even if you are a God King, I will still kill you here today. After being humiliated by Futian, Li Wushuang's furious voice rang out in the Great Sun sect. Original Yang Divine Scripture, Great Sun Golden Wheel. The Zhen Yuan on Li Wushuang's body quickly condensed, and a strong aura spread out from him. Immediately, a gust of wind blew in the surroundings. The Great Sun sect disciples could not help but cover their faces with their hands. Soon, the true qi on Li Wushuang's body formed a golden red sun above him. The formation of the Great Solar Golden Wheel caused the entire space to tremble. Futian, die. Li Wushuang pushed her hands in Futian's direction, and the Great Solar Golden Wheel rushed toward him with a world-destroying aura. When Nalan Yan saw Li Wushuang's majestic attack, the worry in her eyes disappeared. No matter how strong Futian was, he would probably be reduced to ashes under such an attack. At the thought of this, Nalan Yan had already begun to imagine how Futian would look when he begged for mercy. Futian looked at the Great Sun charging at him and smiled. Whether it was the long whip or the Great Sun, Futian's feet had always stood in place and had not moved at all. As the sun approached, Futian's right hand clenched into a fist that glowed with a golden light. Hee, small tricks. Futian looked at the sun in disdain and punched out with his right fist, colliding with the sun. Bang! The fist collided with the sun, and a loud bang was heard in Daong town. Smoke and dust flew into the air. What was the result? This was what everyone present thought. It seemed that Futian had already begged for mercy under Brother Wushuang's attack. Nalan Yan was just about to walk into the smoke and dust when she thought about it. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, instantly blowing away the surrounding dust. As the dust settled, two figures were revealed. He saw that Futian was still standing there without moving, his gaze somewhat mocking as he looked at Nalan Yan who was running over. Li Wushuang had already fainted on the ground, covered in blood. As for the fire dragon, it had already been blown into the air by Futian's punch. When the Great Sun sect disciples saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment before they shouted, "Invincible, invincible, invincible!" Not long ago, Wushuang had humiliated them. Now that they saw her half dead, the Great Sun sect disciples felt much better. At this moment, Nailan Yan's eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Futian. Looking at Futian walking towards her, she instinctively said, "Don't come over, Futian. It's not what you think." It was Wushuang's idea to come to Dayang town. "You know my strength." One was forced. Before Nailan Yan could finish her words, she was lifted up in the air by Futian. Towards Nailan Yan's acting skills, Futian already did not want to expose anything about her. He looked at her coldly and said slowly, "Nailan Yan, don't talk about this nonsense anymore. Just tell me directly, what are you doing in Great Sun Town?" Nailan Yan's heart was already filled with fear. Now that she was faced with Futian's cold words, how could she dare to hide anything? Just as she was about to speak, she saw Futian frown. His figure flashed and he brought her to the other side. At the place where they were originally standing, a ray of light flashed past, leaving a huge pit on the ground. "So you have other accomplices?" Futian said to Nailan Yan indifferently, before turning his gaze in another direction. They saw a fur-clad man gathering dark green true essence in his hand as he looked straight at them. Chu Yuanshan had been watching from the side. After the collision between Wushuang and Futian, he immediately walked over. Nailan Yan, who was in Futian's hands, looked at Chu Yuanshan, who was standing at the side. It was as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw and shouted at Chu Yuanshan, "Fellow Taoist Chu, save me." Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Making the Iron Cage, 1. Chapter 264, Making the Iron Cage, 1. Nailan Yan also knew that Chu Yuanshan's strength was above Wushuang's. If he were to make a move, he might be able to save her. After Chu Yuanshan heard Nailan Yan's words, he did not act rashly. Although Wushuang was a half-baked god king, she was still a god king. This person was able to defeat Wushuang, so he must be at least a god king. Chu Yuanshan was not confident that he could defeat him. Nailan Yan saw that after Chu Yuanshan heard her cry for help, he stood still for a long time without moving. She could not help but say again, "Fellow Taoist Chu, as long as you save me, I can tell you more information." When Chu Yuanshan heard Nailan Yan's words, his expression was also uncertain. At the same time, he began to calculate in his heart. This woman actually had other information that she had not told him. As such, in order to know more about the reincarnation of the Lord of the Divine Court, he had no choice but to make a move. The fighting spirit on Chu Yuanshan's body was quickly detected by Futian. With a flash, he appeared in front of Chu Yuanshan. What a fast speed! Chu Yuanshan was shocked and was about to react. A golden fist enlarged in his pupils. Bang! Futian punched Chu Yuanshan in the face, sending him flying. Along the way, they even bumped into a few stalls in Dayang town. In the end, they also fell to the ground, half dead. After sending Chu Yuanshan flying with a casual punch, Futian said to Nailan Yan in his hand, "Nailan Yan, this is your last chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Tell me, what are you doing in Dayang town?" Her last hope had been shattered by Futian. Nailan Yan had already fainted from fright. Seeing Nailan Yan's unconscious appearance, Futian was also somewhat speechless for a moment. No way, he fainted so quickly. He muttered to himself and threw Nailan Yan onto the ground. Following that, a piece of parchment fell from Nailan Yan's body. After picking up the parchment on the ground, Futian saw the passion fruit displayed on it. Isn't this the passion fruit that Master asked junior sister Ruomiao to find? One can bring it back for junior sister Ruomiao. After keeping the parchment, he didn't care if Li Wushuang and the other two were dead or alive. He continued to walk towards the Great Sun sect. In Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian was currently in the storeroom. After fiddling with it for a while, Xiao Changtian looked at the small wooden rack in front of him with satisfaction. As long as Futian borrowed the flame pearl from the Great Sun Jinren and placed it inside, a self-made small sun would be completed. Coming out of the storage room, Xiao Changtian saw the red and yellow colors in the sky. Looking at the red and yellow scene, Xiao Changtian's eyes flashed with nostalgia. This red and yellow scene, is it the fireworks that one often set off in my previous life? He did not expect that the people of the immortal cultivation world also liked to set off fireworks. Moreover, the special effects of these fireworks were comparable to those he had played in his previous life. Then, he walked into his room and took out a wooden box from under his bed. After opening it slowly, it was filled with fireworks that he had brought from his previous life. It just so happened that he hadn't let off fireworks in a long time. Why don't he play with Jiu, and the others tonight? Xiao Changtian said in his heart. Then, he closed the wooden box and walked out of the room. Seeing some steel outside the door, he slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember that he planned to use the steel to make an iron cage. The old dirty ghost always brought Rongrong running around, and in the yard he always fought with the old hen in the chicken coop, and also refused to change after repeated admonishment. It was really hard to be at ease. He had to make an iron cage just in case. If he ran out again, he would definitely lock it up. Otherwise, if he was caught and made into soup one day, wouldn't his path to invincibility be ruined? He had received special training from the system in his refining skills, so it was not a problem for him to break an iron cage. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian picked up the iron hammer beside him and sat on the steps to make the iron cage. Bang! 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 Xiao Changtian waved the iron hammer in his hand and a cage appeared in his hand. The animals in the yard saw this scene as expected. The fat Rongrong in the corner heard the sound of Xiao Changtian's hammer striking down, her heart filled with fear, saying to the black tortoise on her head. Boss, what do you think Master is doing? Is he making an iron cage to lock us up? Black Tortoise looked at the gradually forming iron cage in Xiao Changtian's hands, his eyes also filled with fear, but he still said to the fat Rongrong. Fatty, don't panic. If you want to lock them up until they die. After saying that, Black Tortoise retracted its head and limbs into its turtle shell. After the fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words, she felt that it made sense, but she still shrank into a corner and shivered. The other animals were the same. Looking at the metal cage that had already formed in Xiao Changtian's hands, they felt a chill in their hearts. Bang! With the last strike, the iron cage in Xiao Changtian's hand was completed. He lifted the iron cage from the ground and flipped it a few times. After ensuring that there were no holes, he placed it aside. At this moment, Futian had also returned from the Great Sun sect. He was holding the flame pearl that he had borrowed from the Great Sun Immortal. He handed the fire bead to Xiao Changtian and saw the iron cage on the ground. He couldn't help but ask. Master, this is... In Futian's eyes, the iron cage was attached with the laws of heaven and earth. If they were locked up, no one would be able to escape. Oh, you're talking about this iron cage? I just made this. The old dirty ghost and the others are too worrisome. Xiao Changtian said to Futian as he placed the flame pearl on the wooden shelf that he had just made. Xiao Changtian turned the small handle on his wooden shelf after the flame bead was put in. Instantly, a gust of hot wind blew out from the wooden frame. With this thing and the stove at home, there was nothing to worry about this winter. Xiao Changtian looked at little son, who had completed his task, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. On the side, Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong heard the conversation between Xiao Changtian and Futian, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Boss, did you hear that? Master seemed to have said that the iron cage was prepared for you. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the black tortoise did not stick out its limbs or head. He did not respond to Fatty's words. After everything was done, Xiao Changtian looked at the sky. It seemed to be dinner time. He said to Futian, "Futian, pack up and call the others over for dinner." Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Setting Off Fireworks, It's So Excited, 1. Chapter 265, Setting Off Fireworks, It's So Excited, 1. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian and his disciples were sitting around the dining table in the courtyard, eating and drinking. They were talking and laughing. How many times have one told you? You have to hold the chopsticks like this, understand? Xiao Changtian looked at Di Wuzheng, who was holding a pair of chopsticks in each hand, and couldn't help but say, "Master, these 2 chopsticks are too heavy. One can't carry them with one hand." Hearing Di Wuzheng's words, Xiao Changtian couldn't help but curse. "I think you're just playing around and won't learn properly. You can't find a better excuse." After dinner, Xiao Changtian picked up a wooden box and said to the others, "If you want to play, you can have fun today." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words and seeing him take out a wooden box, everyone was curious. Xiao Changtian slowly opened the wooden box in his hand, and everyone saw the fireworks inside. Di Wuzheng and the others had never seen fireworks before. He asked Xiao Changtian, "Master, what is this?" Hearing Di Wuzheng's words, Xiao Changtian was also a little stunned. He couldn't help but say, "These are fireworks. Haven't you seen them before?" "Fireworks?" Di Wuzheng looked into the wooden box several times and shook his head. Xiao Changtian looked at Di Wuzheng and suddenly understood. The fireworks that he brought in his previous life were for mortals to play with, while the people in the cultivation world were mainly immortal cultivators. He was sure that those cultivators had to use a certain method to make fireworks, but they could only use them for themselves. Although this disciple of his had some talent, he was not an immortal cultivator after all. Clearly, he had not reached the level where he could come into contact with fireworks. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian saw the puzzled expressions of the others and was even more certain of his guess. After taking out a firework from the wooden box, Xiao Changtian said to everyone, "This is something I used to play with. I'll show you. Watch carefully. It's very fun." Hearing that this was something Xiao Changtian used to play with, everyone stared at him. They also wanted to know what Xiao Changtian used to play with. After lighting the fuse, Xiao Changtian pointed it at the sky. With a swoosh, a ray of light flew out from Xiao Changtian's hand. When it reached mid-air, it exploded and turned into colorful lights. What kind of weapon was this? Everyone looked at Xiao Changtian in shock. Not only them, but also the people who were carrying bricks in the courtyard had sensed the movement coming from Xiao Changtian. Just a moment ago, they heard a swoosh and felt a violent energy fluctuation. Then, a loud noise came from the sky, and a terrifying energy spread in the air. They had no doubt that if this energy exploded, they would die here today. Xiao Changtian looked at everyone's surprised expressions and smiled. He said to Di Wuzheng, "Di Wuzheng, why don't you try?" "Master, can I?" Di Wuzheng heard Xiao Changtian calling him and asked in panic. He now understood what his master had said about the things he used to play with. This was clearly a canon in the human world. If he had not been careless and not controlled it well, what would he have done if he had destroyed his master's courtyard? Xiao Changtian saw Di Wuzheng's surprised and scared look, so he waved at him and said slowly, "It's all right." When he first came into contact with fireworks, he was also surprised and afraid of them. However, after playing a few more times, he got used to it. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Di Wuzheng walked to Xiao Changtian in shock. He took out a firework from the wooden box and lit the fuse with Xiao Changtian's help. With the same whoosh, Wushuang felt that more than half of his true essence was sucked away by the fireworks in his hand. Then, the light flew into the air and exploded into 5-colored light. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw Diwu running back to the crowd after setting off the fireworks. Wushuang's current appearance was similar to the first time he came into contact with fireworks. After Wushuang returned to the crowd, Wang Miaoshou and the others also asked him, "Junior brother, how is Master's thing? How do you feel after using it?" Hearing what Futian and the others said, Wushuang also took a few breaths and said to them, "The fireworks in Master's hands are fun, but they consume a little true essence. Every time one shoot them, I feel that these fireworks drain a lot of true essence from my body. However, one feel that no one in the divine realm can withstand the might of these fireworks." Hearing Wushuang's words, the others nodded in agreement. After Wushuang left, Xiao Changtian said to the crowd, "Is there anyone else who wants to try?" At this moment, Tian walked over and spoke to Xiao Changtian. "Senior, can I try it?" After Wushuang and Xiao Changtian's demonstration, Tian could already feel how extraordinary these fireworks were. If he could keep one with him and use it for self-defense, he would have another trump card when he encountered the experts of the divine world who were hunting him down in the future. At this moment, Xiao Changtian's gaze was on his disciple. After he heard Tian's words, he turned his head and saw Tian beside him. "Of course you can." Xiao Changtian laughed. After that, he took out a firework from a wooden box and passed it to Tian. Just like Wushuang, Tian was also amazed by the miraculous effects of the fireworks after he felt the fire. Then, Xiao Changtian took out all the fireworks from the wooden box and said to the crowd, "Don't just stand there. Each of you can take one and play with it." As he spoke, Xiao Changtian threw one to each of them. Futian and the others looked at the fireworks in their hands, and their eyes were filled with gratitude. This was the supreme opportunity that their master had given them. With these fireworks, they would have another way to save their lives when they went out in the future. Although they had yet to encounter anyone who could threaten them, it was always better to be prepared. Then, Futian and the others said to Xiao Changtian, "Thank you, Master." At this moment, all the cultivators within 100 miles of the Great Sun sect were trembling. Just a moment ago, they felt a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from the sky above Dayang town. It was as if there were peerless experts fighting in the sky. Some of the cultivators who wanted to go over to investigate were blasted down by a powerful aura before they could get close. They fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. For a time, all the Xiaoxianists hid in their nests and activated the sect protection array, afraid that they would be affected if they were not careful. Chapter 266, Chapter 266:1 Found the Lord of the Divine Court, 1. Chapter 266:1 Found the Lord of the Divine Court, 1. In the sky above Dayang town, Li Wushuang, Nailan Yen, and Chu Yuan Shan were all in the air, their faces covered in dust and their clothes in a mess. After waking up in Great Sun Town, Nailan Yen immediately urged Li Wushuang and Chu Yuanshan to leave. She was afraid that Futian would find out that they were still alive and chase after them. Nailan Yen was now somewhat traumatized by Futian. Without needing Nailan Yenduo to say anything, Chu Yuanshan and Li Wushuang wanted to leave Great Sun Town as soon as possible. Chu Yuanshan started to doubt his life. He had been beaten up by people twice when he came to Dayang Town. If he had not seen the Iron Eaters, he would have suspected that he had not come to the Tian Yuan continent. Bang! 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 As the three of them flew in the air, they heard a series of loud sounds coming from ahead. Then, a violent wind with intense energy fluctuations blew over. The three of them used their hands to block their faces. Then, they felt the blood in their bodies churn. After being blown back by the strong wind, the three of them clutched their chests and looked forward in shock. Who was fighting? Looking at this aura, his cultivation was more than one level higher than theirs. Before they could figure it out, a colorful light exploded in front of them, and an even stronger energy wave swept towards them. Dodge! Chu Yuanshan shouted at Li Wushuang and the others before flying down. Bang! Although Chu Yuanshan reacted in time, the energy wave still passed through their bodies. The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies fell like kites with broken strings. At this moment, in the outer area of Shao Changtian's courtyard, Di Tian stared at the extinguished fireworks in his hands, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't know what kind of ability was needed to make such a thing from Ghost Valley. Just one shot of these fireworks was enough to kill a godly emperor. If so many cannons were fired in succession, any faction would probably be reduced to ashes. As he thought of this in his heart, Di Tian's respect for Shao Changtian grew even more. At this moment, Chu Yuanshan, Li Wushuang, and Neilan Yan, who had fallen to the ground, were all covered in blood. It was obvious that they had suffered serious internal injuries from the energy fluctuation just now. Li Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood and burst into laughter. I found it, ha ha ha. When Chu Yuanshan and Neilan Yan saw Li Wushuang's expression, they exchanged glances and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Could it be that the energy fluctuations just now had damaged Li Wushuang's brain? Then, Li Wushuang excitedly grabbed Neilan Yan's hand and said to her. Treasure, I found it. What did you find? Neilan Yan said in horror when she saw the excitement on Li Wushuang's face. I've found the location of the Lord of the Divine Court. As she spoke, Li Wushuang took out a jade plate from her bosom. This was one of his personal treasures. It could be used to track the aura of immortal cultivators. When he was squatting in the mystic Jade Divine Hall, he had secretly recorded the aura of the Lord of the Divine Court. In the energy fluctuation just now, he felt the fluctuation coming from his jade plate. It was obvious that the aura of the Lord of the Divine Court had appeared. Chu Yuanshan's eyes lit up when he heard Li Wushuang's words. He said to Li Wushuang, Have you found the Lord of the Divine Court? Where is he now? After Chu Yuanshan finished speaking, Neilan Yan also shot Li Wushuang a questioning look. At this time, Li Wushuang quickly gathered her true qi and poured it into the jade plate. The jade plates in front of the three of them lit up. After a flash, Li Wushuang opened her eyes. Pointing upwards, he said to Neilan Yan and Chu Yuanshan. Divine world, celestial continent amongst the clouds. Hearing that it was after the divine realm and not after Dayang Town, Chu Yuanshan heaved a sigh of relief. He really did not want to stay in Dayang Town for too long. Not only had they been beaten up by people twice, but the energy fluctuation they had just encountered was also something that only the rumored Forbidden Land would appear in. Chu Yuanshan didn't want the Iron Eater to be left unsaved, and he himself to die here. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuanshan said to Li Wushuang and the others. Then let's hurry over. After hearing Chu Yuanshan's words, Li Wushuang and Neilan Yan nodded. Neilan Yan then said. Let's leave from the other side. This way. Recalling the energy undulations earlier, Neilan Yan and the others all felt lingering fear. After looking at each other, the three of them walked to the other side in unison, not even daring to fly. There was no other way. If the energy fluctuation from the previous conflagration happened again, they might have to stay here forever. After Li Wushuang and the others left, Di Tian, who was in Shao Changtian's courtyard, also sensed something and turned his gaze over. Just now, he felt like he was being spied on. Could it be that his other clones had found this place? Di Tian mumbled in his heart. He and his clone could sense each other. As long as they were close enough, they could sense each other's existence. After thinking for a while, Di Tian shook his head. He had a method that was unique to the Divine Court to isolate himself from the probing. Even if it was his clone, it should not be easy for him to find him. Then, he saw the fireworks in his hand. When these fireworks were released, he needed to inject his true essence into them. Could it be that the experts of the divine realm sensed his aura from the explosion of the fireworks? After thinking about it for a while, Di Tian himself didn't dare to be sure. He decided not to think about it and continued to work. As long as he stayed in Senior's courtyard and did not go out, even if the experts of the divine realm came, they could not do anything to him. At the same time, in the courtyard, Futian had also found Lin Ruomiao and handed her the blueprint that had fallen from Nalan Yan's body. Senior sister, this is the information about the passion fruit that Master asked you to find. One accidentally found it on the street today. I wonder if it will be of any help to you. When Lin Ruomiao heard the news of the passion fruit, she quickly took the parchment from Futian's hands. After seeing the information marked on it, his face was filled with joy. He said excitedly to Futian, "Junior brother, I was just worrying about where to find the passion fruit. I didn't expect you to help senior sister a lot. Thank you." She had been asking around about the passion fruit recently, but there was no information about it. She was troubled by this matter. After all, if she failed to complete Xiao Changtian's mission, Xiao Changtian would be very disappointed in her. At that time, how could he avenge his family? At this moment, the news of the passion fruit given by Futian was like timely rain to her. After hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, Futian scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Senior sister, there's no need." Chapter 267, Chapter 267, I got it, I don't need it, 1. Chapter 267, I got it, I don't need it, 1. In a small town in the celestial continent amongst clouds. In the sky above the small town, the figures of immortal cultivators constantly flew past. There were even some who came in groups on spirit ships. At this moment, the streets were bustling with people, and there were a lot of customers gathered in front of the stalls and shops. Business was very hot. Lin Ruomiao was walking on the streets of the small town. Her long hair was fluttering in the wind, and she was quiet and sweet. She was wearing a long white dress, and there was a dagger at her waist. Looking at the parchment in her hand, Lin Ruomiao's gaze was fixed on a mountain range in front of her. According to the instructions on the map, the location of the passion fruit should be in front. Lin Ruomiao muttered. Following that, the interspatial ring on her hand flashed with a silver light as she kept the parchment. Stop squeezing, I was here first." "Who said that?" "I was here first." H11. A loud noise came from the front and attracted Lin Ruomiao's attention. He saw a large group of cultivators gathered in front of a shop called the Clear Wind Sect. They were all fighting to squeeze into the Clear Wind Sect. The number of people queuing up almost blocked the main street. With so many cultivators blocking her path, Lin Ruomiao frowned slightly and wanted to go around them. At this moment, an old man dressed in beast clothing walked up to Lin Ruomiao from a stall at the side. He pointed at the blueprint on the stall and said to her, "Miss, looking at your attire, you are also going to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to search for treasures, right? Do you want a map?" The old man stopped in front of the Clear Breeze sect when he saw Lin Ruomiao holding a blueprint. Combined with the dagger at her waist, it was obvious that she was here to find a sacred object, just like the immortal cultivators who had come to Coiling Dragon Town in the past few days. As he spoke, the old man patted his chest. "Based on my many years of experience in going in and out of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, I dare say that no one in Coiling Dragon Town has a more detailed map than me." After ruthlessly slaughtering a few young cultivators, the old man saw the hairpin on Lin Ruomiao's head and her tender face. No matter how he looked at it, it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. When Lin Ruomiao heard this old man's words, she casually glanced at him. With her eyesight, how could she not see that this old man's beast skin was taken from a demonic beast that wasn't even at the mid-level deity stage? With such strength, even if he had been to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, what good map could he draw? Moreover, the parchment in his interspatial ring also contained complete information about the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. There was no need for it at all. However, the old man's mention of a holy object piqued Lin Ruomiao's interest. Could it be the passion fruit that she was looking for? There was also this group of people in front of him. Although their cultivation levels were not very high, if they were all here for the passion fruit, it would be a problem. With that thought in mind, Lin Miao said coldly to the old man. A sacred object? When the old man saw Lin Ruomiao's puzzled expression and how she didn't even know about the sacred artifact, he was even more delighted. Just as he had guessed, this little girl was a hothead, and she came from a rich family. After seeing how lively it was, he wanted to come over and take a look. With this thought in mind, the old man wore a thick smile on his face as he slowly said to Lin Ruomiao. Miss, you don't know, right? A sacred item has recently appeared in the Coiling Dragon Mountain range. It's said to be a spirit medicine that can help a god king break through. Lin Ruomiao nodded her head symbolically when she heard the old man's words and did not reply. What was going on? In the old man's expectations, after he said that it was a sacred object that could help godly kings break through, this little girl should be very shocked. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Ruomiao, only to find that she didn't have any aura. It turned out that he was a small cultivator whose aura could not even be sensed. No wonder he had no idea what a god king was. After thinking it through in his heart, the old man rolled his eyes and continued to speak to Lin Ruomiao. You won't understand even if I say too much. Let's put it this way. This sacred item can help you break through a few major realms. Sensing the old man's gaze and the pile of nonsense, Lin Ruomiao waved her hand at him and said coldly. What does this sacred object look like? Seeing Lin Ruomiao speak and ask him about the sacred artifact, the old man was delighted. As expected, no one was not interested in raising their cultivation level. Then, he picked up the booth's drawing and pointed at a point on it, saying to Lin Ruomiao. This sacred item is called the passion fruit. It's said to be a rare item that only appears once in 100 years. It was indeed passion fruit. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Ruomiao crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked around at the unusually lively town. It seemed that these people were here for the passion fruit. The old man in animal skin held the blueprint in his hand and gave an endless speech to Lin Ruomiao. His mouth was also a little dry. When he saw Lin Ruomiao looking in the direction of the Coiling Dragon Mountain range, he said to her. Miss, how about it? As long as you buy this blueprint of mine, I guarantee that you will find the sacred artifact before anyone else. After talking for so long, this little girl was probably already extremely excited about this Coiling Dragon Mountain range. After all, who could resist the temptation of becoming stronger? The expected huge sum of money did not arrive. Instead, Lin Ruomiao's faint voice entered her ears. Okay, I know. I don't need it. Puff. Hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the old man was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He scratched his ears to make sure that he didn't have any problems with his hearing. Just as he was about to say something to Lin Ruomiao, a giggling voice sounded. Old man, I want the blueprint in your hand. As the voice rang out, the gazes of everyone on the street were immediately attracted. Isn't this the Clear Wind Saint Sun? It's the Clear Wind Saint Sun. I didn't expect him to come here personally. He must be here to investigate the Clear Wind sect. How is that possible? I heard that this Clear Wind Saint Sun has always been stubborn. Although he's a saint's son, he often causes trouble for the sect. H11. Feeling the sensation of being the center of attention, the Clearwind Saint's son threw a universe bag to the old man and gave him a look. After the old man received the Qiankuan bag, he saw the look in Clearwind Saint Sun's eyes and quickly retreated to the side. After the fur-clad old man left, the Clearwind Saint Sun walked up to Lin Ruomiao with a smile. He held the blueprint and said to her with a smile, Miss, I believe that you are also going to the Coiling Dragon Mountain range. Please kindly accept this map. Chapter 268, Capturing Lin Ruomiao, 1. Chapter 268, Capturing Lin Ruomiao, 1. Lin Ruomiao looked at the blueprint in front of her and frowned. Listening to the whispers of the people around her, Lin Ruomiao also understood that this person in front of her was the Clear Breeze sect's saint child, who was in front of her and was full of people. However, after confirming that these cultivators were here for the passion fruit, she had nothing to ask. With this thought in mind, Lin Ruomiao didn't take the blueprint from Clear Wind Saint Sun's hands. She said to him indifferently, "Thank you for your kindness, young master. I will take my leave." Lin Ruomiao was about to turn around and leave after saying that out of politeness. What? This little girl actually rejected Clear Wind Saint Sun's invitation. You have to know that Patriarch Qingfeng is one of the most likely to become the alliance leader in this treasure hunt in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Let's not talk about anything else. If I follow the Clear Wind Saint Sun, even if one can't eat meat, I can still drink soup. That's right, that's right. Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master are going to have a competition in front of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range in 2 days. When these people saw that Lin Ruomiao had actually rejected Clear Wind Saint Sun's offer, some were envious, while others sighed. There were so many people in front of the Clear Breeze sect because Patriarch Clear Breeze had a high chance of becoming the alliance leader. If they could join the Clear Wind sect, they would be able to get more of the treasures, right? As for the Clear Wind Saint Sun, he looked at Lin Ruomiao, who had turned around and left. His hand that was holding the blueprint froze in midair, and his expression was a little awkward. All these years, with the name of the Clear Breeze sect, as long as he took the initiative to invite them, which one of them would not be pleased with him and stick to him? It had been a long time since Clear Wind Saint Sun had met someone who directly rejected him like Lin Ruomiao. He originally wanted to come to the Clear Wind sect to recruit disciples and take a look at the shop that recruited allies. Perhaps he could even take in a few powerful underlings or find a few beautiful female cultivators. In front of the fur-clad old man's stall, Qingfeng Saint Sun was attracted to Lin Ruomiao at first glance. She was wearing a white dress and her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Wasn't she the fairy in his dream? When he saw Lin Ruomiao buying the blueprints from afar, Clear Wind Saint Sun already had a plan. He thought that as long as he helped her buy the blueprint, then use the name and resources of the Clear Wind sect to tempt her, she would be able to get it in the end. He did not expect that he would fail at the first step. Looking at Lin Ruomiao's departing figure, the Clear Wind Saint Sun was a little unwilling. After adjusting his state of mind, he continued. "Miss, looking at the direction you're going to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, right? There are many demonic beasts in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, and it's extremely dangerous. If you don't mind, you can come with my Clear Wind Saint sect." The Clear Wind Saint Sun tried his best to maintain a gentle tone. He had already promised to let her enter the mountain with the Clear Wind sect to search for treasures. This way, she should change her mind. However, after he finished speaking, the Clear Wind Saint Sun looked at Lin Ruomiao in front of him without any intention of stopping. Gradually, they almost disappeared from his sight. What? The Clear Wind Saint Sun asked her to search for treasures with him, but she still hasn't turned around. I can only blame myself for not being a girl. A male cultivator sighed as he watched Lin Ruomiao leave. He knew what Clear Wind Saint Sun was doing. Clear Wind Saint Sun had taken a fancy to that girl. However, in the world of cultivation, strength was king. In order to become stronger, what was wrong with sacrificing oneself? However, the cultivator beside him slowly said, "Wake up, brother. There's everything in your dreams." Some female cultivators walked up to Qingfeng Saint Sun and said, "Brother Qingfeng, we want to go to the mountains to search for treasures. Can you take us with you?" Clear Wind Saint Sun looked at Lin Ruomiao, who had disappeared from his sight, and he was filled with anger. Looking at the group of female cultivators in front of him, he couldn't help but wave his sleeve and angrily say, "Don't bother me. Go away." Then, he walked towards the Clear Wind sect. When the cultivators of the Clear Wind sect saw the Clear Wind Saint Sun's anger, they quickly shut their mouths. They all stepped aside to make way for the Clear Wind Saint Sun. After all, they had a favor to ask. After entering the sect, the Clear Wind Saint Sun was led to a room upstairs by a disciple. As soon as he entered the room, Clear Wind Saint Sun sat down on a chair. He slapped the table and muttered, "How dare you give me face? Interesting." If Qingfeng had not warned him not to cause trouble for the next few days, he would have taken action. He was sulking in his heart. Then, the door was opened and a man dressed in the Clear Wind sect's deacon robe walked in. As soon as the man entered the room, he walked to the table and poured a cup of water for the Clear Wind Saint Sun. He handed it to Qingfeng Saint Sun and said, "Saint Child, drink some water and calm down." The Clear Wind Saint Sun glanced at the Clear Wind sect deacon, took the cup from him, and drank it in one gulp. After drinking a cup of water, the deacon said to the Clear Wind Saint Sun, "Saint Child, this subordinate has already arranged for someone to go over to that woman just now. I believe there will be a result soon." When he was on the Clear Breeze sect's building, everything outside the door was naturally seen by this Clear Breeze sect deacon. He was already a Supreme God realm expert. If he fawned over Clear Wind Saint Sun, he might be able to become an outer sect elder if Clear Wind Saint Sun was happy and put in a good word for him in front of the Patriarch. Hence, when Lin Ruomiao left, he sent someone to follow her. He had to ensure that he knew Lin Ruomiao's location at all times. When the Clear Wind Saint Sun heard the warden's words, he frowned and said loudly, "Who asked you to do this?" Hearing Qingfeng Saint Sun's anger, the deacon immediately lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Holy Sun, please forgive me. I acted on my own. However, this subordinate has already checked. There is no aura on that woman's body. I think she might be an immortal cultivator who has just stepped into cultivation." After hearing the deacon's words, the Clear Wind Saint Sun recalled that he had indeed not sensed any aura from Lin Ruomiao. Just like what the Clear Breeze sect deacon said, he was an immortal cultivator who had just stepped into cultivation. After calculating in his heart, he said to the Clear Wind sect deacon, "Lead the way. Want to capture her myself." Lin Ruomiao just made him lose face in front of everyone. He could not swallow this anger. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Patriarch Qingfeng, 1. Chapter 269, Patriarch Qingfeng, 1. In the small town, after Lin Ruomiao left the Clearwind sect, she headed straight for the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Just as they were about to leave the town, Lin Ruomiao entered a dark and deserted alley. After making some progress, Lin Ruomiao stopped and said indifferently, "You've been following me for so long." Lin Ruomiao's words echoed in the alley. Then, several cultivators in black appeared on the walls on both sides of the alley. They held different spirit weapons in their hands, all aimed at Lin Ruomiao. Then, Qingfeng Saint Sun's laughter sounded again. "You really don't know what's good for you. From the looks of it, you're planning to go to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range alone, right? Why don't you take a look at your own strength? Why don't you follow this holy sun and live a good life in the future?" Lin Ruomiao turned around and looked at the Clearwind Saint Sun who was slowly walking out. Not long ago, he sensed Clearwind Saint Sun following behind him. However, since they didn't attack her, she couldn't be bothered with them. But now that they were about to leave the town, he did not expect them to be so persistent in their pursuit. If he followed him into the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and tripped him up while he was picking the passion fruit, wouldn't that be a bad thing? With this thought in mind, Lin Ruomiao came here, intending to finish them off. Clearwind Saint Sun looked at Lin Ruomiao. Now that there was no one around, it was a good time to attack. His eyes were filled with heat as he said to the surrounding men in black, "Attack!" As the Clearwind Saint Sun's voice fell, the figures of the black-robed men on both sides swept out at the same time. They waved the spirit weapons in their hands and were about to attack Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao acted as if she didn't see the black-clothed man's actions and stood on the spot without moving. As expected of a small cultivator, he still dared to be so arrogant in front of this holy son. He would definitely teach him a good lesson when he returned. Then, Clear Wind Saint Sun felt a light flash in front of him. Then, he saw the men in black who were originally in the air fall to the ground like kites with broken strings. Meanwhile, Lin Ruomiao placed her hands on her waist and stood where she was, as if she had not been attacked at all. When the Qingfeng Saint Sun, who was a god, saw this scene, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He then said to the Qingfeng sect deacon standing beside him, "What's going on? Didn't we say that we would take him down easily?" This deacon also looked at the scene before him with a strange expression. Just now, he also thought that Lin Ruomiao was an expert. However, from the moment the black-clothed man attacked until he fell, he did not sense any aura from Lin Ruomiao's body. Even their Qingfeng sect's patriarch could not hide his aura when he attacked. Unable to understand, the deacon said to the Clearwind Saint Sun, "Saint Child, don't worry. I'll personally test it." When the Clearwind Saint Sun heard the deacon's words, he also gestured for him to do it quickly. This deacon had the strength of a supreme god realm expert, which was a whole level higher than him. It would be best if he made a move. Following that, the Clear Breeze sect deacon's figure flashed and appeared before Lin Ruomiao in a few moments. "Obediently obey the Saint Child," the deacon said to Lin Ruomiao with a smile. At this distance, he was confident that he would hit the target. However, as soon as the deacon finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. A knife mark had already appeared on his neck. "You!" The Clear Breeze sect deacon looked at Lin Ruomiao with fear in his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed from his neck to the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. "Don't come over, don't come over." After the Clearwind sect deacon died in Lin Ruomiao's hands, how could the Clearwind Saint Sun not understand that Lin Ruomiao was an awesome expert? Even the deacon of the Supreme God realm was killed by her. Clearwind Saint Sun could no longer judge Lin Ruomiao's strength. "Grandpa, I still have Grandpa." The Clearwind Saint Sun searched for something on his body in a panic. Then, Lin Ruomiao's figure appeared in front of him. The handle of the dagger hit Qingfeng Saint Sun's abdomen, and a light shone in front of him. A protective spiritual artifact, huh? According to Lin Ruomiao's judgment just now, her attack should have killed him. He didn't expect this kid to have a protective spirit weapon. Clearwind Saint Sun also crushed a jade pendant on his body. At this moment, Lin Ruomiao looked up at the sky. She could sense that there were already several rays of light gathering in her direction. "Forget it," Lin Ruomiao said indifferently. Her figure flashed and disappeared into the alley. After Lin Ruomiao disappeared, an angry dragon's voice sounded in the sky above the alley. Who wanted to murder my grandson?" A furious voice sounded, and an old man in an ancient green robe appeared in the alley. A few moments later, a few more figures landed in the alley. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" The sect master of the Clearwind sect said slowly to Patriarch Clearwind after he landed. They were still discussing in the hall when Patriarch Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed and he walked out. "What's wrong? Look at how Feng has been beaten. Even his protective spiritual artifact has been shattered." Patriarch Clearwind was already squatting on the ground. In his arms was Clearwind Holy Sun, who had been beaten half to death by Lin Ruomiao. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, everyone checked their surroundings. The ground was filled with the corpses of their Qingfeng sect. One of the elders of the Clear Breeze sect walked up to Patriarch Clear Bruand and said respectfully, "Forefather, I've checked. These people died from knife wounds, and they were killed in one blow." "Knife wound? Could it be the Hidden Dragon sect?" After hearing the elder's report, the Clear Breeze sect's sect master could not help but say, "Among the many forces in this small town, only the Hidden Dragon sect was skilled in saber techniques and dared to fight against the Qingfeng sect. Patriarch Qingfeng nodded. It must have been sent by that old fellow Hidden Dragon. The day after tomorrow is the day of the Alliance leader selection. He must have wanted to use the wind to disturb my mind so that he could directly compete for the Alliance leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among the many factions, only Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master were at the God King realm. They were also the strongest competitors for the Alliance leader. At this moment, an elder of the Clear Winds sect could not help but say, "Ancestor, this Hidden Dragon sect is going too far. I'll bring people to deal with them now." No. Just as the elder was about to move, Patriarch Qingfeng stopped him. "I want to personally defeat him in the competition and let everyone know his ugly face to avenge Feng Er." Chapter 270, Chapter 270, Bewitching Man, 1. Chapter 270, Bewitching Man, 1. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. On a mountain peak of Wei Yan, a magnificent cave abode stood tall. At this moment, inside the cave abode, a charming man with a golden crown on his head sat on a skeleton chair. On both sides of it were demonic beasts that emitted powerful auras. Li Wushuang, Nailan Yan, and Chu Yuanshan were sitting on the seats beside the charming man. "Brother Wushuang, since we parted at the Red Cloud Divine Hall, I didn't expect you to have advanced to the Godly King realm." The bewitching man held a wine cup in his hand as he spoke to Li Wushuang. Back in the Red Cloud Temple, Li Wushuang was still a Sir God and had interacted with the charming man. Since Li Wushuang would occasionally send some precious medicine, the charming man had treated her as his little brother. Li Wushuang quickly picked up her wine cup and said to the man on the mountain, "You're not. If we're talking about the fastest increase in cultivation, shouldn't you be the one? Now that you're a God Emperor realm expert, I should be the one to respect you." Hearing Li Wushuang's flattering words, the bewitching man glanced at her and downed the wine in his glass. Then, he placed the wine cup to the side and a maid filled it with water. After putting down the wine cup in his hand, the bewitching man slowly said to Li Wushuang, "Tell me, what good things do you want to share with me? In the voice transmission Jade Pendant, you said that this is an opportunity for me to break through. Don't let me down by letting my ordinary son and grandson pick you up." As soon as the charming man finished speaking, the other beasts in the cave began to laugh at Li Wushuang. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes made Li Wushuang feel uneasy. After clearing her throat, she slowly said, "Brother, there are too many people here. One think it's better for us to talk about this alone." As soon as Li Wushuang finished speaking, the surrounding demonic beasts began to make sounds at him. Li Wushuang looked at the beasts around her in fear and smiled at the charming man. On the other hand, Chu Yuanshan and Nailan Yan were also slowly condensing the true essence in their bodies, afraid that these demonic beasts would suddenly attack them. After coming to the divine realm from the Tian Yuan continent, the three of them were exhausted. Under Li Wushuang's suggestion, they agreed to come to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to seek help from Li Wushuang's good friend. However, this good friend of theirs seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. Seeing the reaction of the surrounding demon beasts, the bewitching man waved his hand at them, indicating for them to retreat. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of Li Wushuang's tricks. If Li Wushuang was lying to him, he would be able to kill her as easily as killing an ant. After a while, under the guidance of the demonic man, the demonic beasts in the cave let out a roar and left the cave. Only the bewitching man and Li Wushuang were left in the cave. "Brother Wushuang, can you tell me what kind of great opportunity it is?" After the group of beasts left, the cave suddenly became quiet. Li Wushuang said slowly to Li Wushuang. Li Wushuang smiled at the charming man and said, "The reincarnation of the Lord of the Divine Court. According to my investigation, he's in the celestial continent in the clouds now." "What is it?" "The reincarnation of the Lord of the Divine Court," the bewitching man said in surprise. Seeing the man's reaction, Wushuang walked up and whispered into his ear. The charming man smiled and patted Wushuang's back. Brother Wushuang, if our plan succeeds, we will share the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court. In the future, the divine world will be ours. Chu Yuan Shan and Nailan Yen, who were below, saw the devilishly charming man's excited look and knew that they had achieved their goal. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. With the addition of the Divine Emperor, the probability of them plotting to seize the position of the Lord of the Divine Court would greatly increase. Seeing that he was almost done, Wushuang continued. Brother, everyone knows that the Yellow Squirrel Demon clan is spread throughout the entire Celestial Clouds continent. As long as you give the order, I believe that the Master of the Divine Court will be found very quickly. When the charming man heard Wushuang's words, he slowly stood up from his seat and placed his hands under his chin. He seemed to be deep in thought. What's wrong, brother? Is there a problem? Wushuang asked when she saw the charming man standing up with a thoughtful look. In his opinion, the bewitching man should have agreed immediately. After taking a few steps, the bewitching man placed his hands behind his back and slowly said. Brother Wushuang, you also know that recently, the passion fruit in my Coiling Dragon Mountain range is about to mature. A large number of human cultivators have gathered in the small town outside, wanting to fight for my passion fruit. As he spoke, the bewitching man looked at Wushuang. Wushuang's words alone wouldn't make him transfer his troops to find the Lord of the Divine Court. If this guy lied to him, not only would the Lord of the Divine Court not be found, but the passion fruit would also be taken away. Wouldn't that be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? Hearing about the passion fruit, Nailan Yen, who was sitting at the side, had an idea. She stood up and said to the bewitching man with a smile. How about this? Didn't the Lord of the Divine Court just reincarnate? His strength is weak now, so he definitely wants to recover his strength to protect himself. If we use this passion fruit as bait, it won't be good to attract him over. How about this? We'll guard beside the passion fruit and not be afraid of losing it. As she spoke, Nailan Yen even revealed a few charming smiles to the bewitching male. The bewitching man looked at Nailan Yen and scanned her body. He then turned to Wushuang and said with a smile. Brother Wushuang, this must be your sister-in-law, why don't you introduce her? Wushuang smiled when she heard the man's words. He walked to Nailan Yen's side and was about to speak when Nailan Yen spoke up. Nailan Yen, please take care of me, senior. One wonder what senior thinks about your suggestion just now. When the bewitching man saw Na Yen answer herself, he laughed and sat back down. He said to Wushuang and the others. All right, then I will go and make some arrangements. Come to my place and let me do my part as the host. Men, take Brother Wushuang to rest. Nailan Yen and the others were delighted when they heard the bewitching man agree. Then, a demon beast walked in from outside and brought them to the room to rest. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, Explosive Flame Lion, 1. Chapter 271, Explosive Flame Lion, 1. After Wushuang and the others left, other demonic beasts slowly walked into the cave. The bewitching man picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then, he said to a demonic beast beside him. Yellow One, there hasn't been anything unusual with the passion fruit these past few days, right? After Huang Yi heard the charming man's words, he said respectfully. Forefather, we have people guarding the passion fruit day and night. After the bewitching man heard Huang Yi's words, he slowly nodded and continued. Yellow One, I'll go to the passion fruit personally. Keep a close eye on Wushuang and the others. If there's anything unusual, tell me immediately. Huang give the order to investigate what Wushuang and the others have been up to. H11. The bewitching man issued orders one after another, and the demon beasts immediately carried them out. After the beasts left, Yellow One said to the charming man. Forefather, is there a problem with Wushuang? If they are here for the relic, I can bring some people too. At this point, Yellow One made a knife gesture. No need. Just watch them. You'll know the rest in the future. The bewitching man replied slowly after he heard Huang Yi's words. Then, he waved his hand at Huang Yi. Patriarch, I understand. I'll do it now. Huang Yi knew that the old ancestor was telling him not to ask any more questions. After bowing to the charming man, he left. After Yellow One left, the bewitching man played with the wine cup in his hand. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. After all, he was an old demon who had lived for many years. If he did not have his own little plan, how could he advance to the God Emperor realm? Outside the coiling Dragon Mountain range, a woman was walking at the front, followed by a few men. From the looks of it, they were a small team, and this woman was their leader. Moreover, from their clothes that had a dragon carved on them, it could be seen that their backgrounds were not weak. Miss, let's go back. If the sect master finds out, we won't be able to keep our lives. A man walked behind the woman and slowly advised her. What are you afraid of? With me here, Father won't do anything to you. It wasn't easy for you to escape. No matter what, you have to kill a few demon beasts before returning. The woman had a valiant aura. When she spoke, she clenched her small fists tightly and looked like she was fighting. Hearing the woman's words, the other cultivators behind her sighed and quickly followed. They were the disciples of the Hidden Dragon sect, and the person in front of them was the daughter of the Hidden Dragon sect's sect master. They didn't just know that their young miss liked to fight. It was just that this coiling Dragon Mountain range was really too dangerous. If anything happened, they would lose their lives. Soon, they were about to enter the territory of the coiling Dragon Mountain range where the demonic beasts often appeared. A man was a little worried, so he walked up to the Hidden Dragon Saintess and said, Miss, one think there's something unusual about the coiling Dragon Mountain range today. Let's go back. The sect master is going to compete with Patriarch Qingfeng tomorrow. We don't want him to worry. Yes, I know. Let's walk for a while more. If there's nothing else, we'll go back. Hearing the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator's words, the woman only replied impatiently and continued walking forward. This coiling Dragon Mountain range was not as dangerous as the legends said. Up until now, they had not seen a single demon beast. Roar! Just as the woman took a step forward, she heard a roar. Then, a lion covered in flames walked out from behind a tree. This is an explosive flame lion. A Hidden Dragon sect disciple said in horror the moment he saw the fiery red lion. Don't panic, let me do it. When the Hidden Dragon Saintess saw the lion, she was excited and rushed towards it. The ring on her hand flashed and the broadsword appeared in her hand. Eat my blade. The Hidden Dragon Saintess shouted and hacked the lion's head with her saber. Bang! After being hit by the saber, the explosive master's body flew backward and crashed into a big tree. Miss, are you alright? After the Hidden Dragon Saintess defeated the lion, the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator walked up and asked her with concern. The flaming lion was a common demonic beast in the cultivation world. They lived in groups. Moreover, he was born with the talent to be close to the fire element. His mastery of the flame law could be said to be an expert in the demon beast world. Fortunately, the explosive inferno master that they encountered did not seem to be very powerful. It had the strength of a god, just like them. Roar! Being attacked by the Hidden Dragon Saintess, the inferno lion roared angrily. The true essence on his body slowly condensed, forming a few fireballs on his back. Roar! The inferno lion roared and the fireball flew toward the Hidden Dragon Saintess. Seeing the incoming fireball, the Hidden Dragon Saintess and the others quickly jumped off the ground, and the fireball hit the ground. Good fellow! The Hidden Dragon Saintess said excitedly as she looked at the fallen leaves and branches on the ground that had turned into ashes after being hit by the fireball. He charged at the lion again and slashed at it with his saber. Roar! The Inferno Lion was naturally unwilling to fall behind. It also roared angrily and opened its mouth to face it. Help, miss! The few Hidden Dragon sect cultivators looked at each other and then flashed to the side of the lion. True essence gathered on his body, and all kinds of spirit skills flew out from the hands of the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator. Bang! After being hit by so many spirit skills, the fiery lion fell to the ground and did not stand up again. What are you guys doing? The Hidden Dragon Saintess was naturally a little angry when the battle was suddenly interrupted. She questioned the group of Hidden Dragon sect cultivators. No, Mississippi. We should go back now. A Hidden Dragon sect cultivator smiled at the Hidden Dragon Saintess. The reason why they had attacked earlier was also because the fiery lion was a demonic beast that lived in groups. If they quickly dealt with him, they would attract more fiery lions and they would not be able to escape. The Hidden Dragon Saintess stomped her feet in anger when she saw the smile on the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator's face. He looked up at the sky and remembered that tomorrow was the day of the sect master's battle. He glared at the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator unwillingly and was about to get up and go back. It was not that she really wanted to go back, but if her father found out, he would definitely keep a close eye on her and it would be even harder for her to walk out. When the Hidden Dragon sect cultivators saw that the Hidden Dragon Saintess was willing to go back, they heaved a sigh of relief. Roar! 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 However, they had only taken a few steps when a series of angry roars came from behind them. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, What Bad Luck, Encountering a Mortal, 1. Chapter 272, What Bad Luck, Encountering a Mortal, 1. What was going on? The group of Hidden Dragon sect cultivators looked behind them and saw that there were many Inferno Lions glaring at them. Not good. Protect, miss. In the crowd, a Hidden Dragon sect cultivator shouted and then picked up the weapon at his waist, looking like he was facing a great enemy. When the Hidden Dragon Saintess heard the furious roar of the lion again, she was delighted and turned around to fight. After seeing that there were actually so many Inferno Lions behind him, the fighting spirit in his heart was instantly extinguished. In her perception, these explosive Inferno Lions were only stronger than her. Father said that explosive Inferno Masters are demonic beasts that live in groups, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them. Let's hurry back. At this moment, the Hidden Dragon Saintess finally said that she was going back. Although she was aggressive, she also cherished her life. She would not be so stubborn as to fight with so many powerful demon beasts. As soon as the Hidden Dragon Saintess finished speaking, a group of Hidden Dragon sect cultivators began to protect her and escape out of the coiling Dragon Mountain range. Among the lions, one of them, which was obviously larger than the other demonic beasts, looked at the corpse of the lion that had just been killed by the Hidden Dragon Saintess and the others. Obviously, the inner core of this lion had been dug out by them. With a furious roar, he said to the group of lions, "Chase after them, don't leave any survivors." In the past few days, they had just received an order from the Demon Emperor that there would be human cultivators entering the coiling Dragon Mountain range in the near future. He had told them to prepare for war and be ready to fight at any time. He did not expect his youngest son to be killed by a human today. Following the order of the Fiery Lion King, all the fiery lions gathered their vital essence and threw fireballs in the direction of the Hidden Dragon Saintess and the others. Bang! 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 Fireballs fell from the sky like meteors, falling beside the Hidden Dragon sect cultivators. After a series of attacks, some Hidden Dragon sect cultivators were hit by the fireballs and fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, the Inferno Lion's sharp claws pressed him down and swallowed him. Run! The Hidden Dragon Saintess also knew that she had gotten into big trouble this time, so she quickly shouted. Elsewhere, Ruomiao left the small town after escaping the detection of Patriarch Clear Wind and the others. She went to the outer perimeter of the coiling Dragon Mountain range alone. Looking at the parchment in her hand, Ruomiao muttered. If we enter from here, it's because it's the closest and there are fewer demon beasts along the way. After confirming the route, Lin Ruomiao kept the parchment back into her interspatial ring and walked towards the coiling dragon mountain range. After walking for a distance, Lin Ruomiao frowned and looked ahead. At this moment, in her line of sight, a woman and a few cultivators behind her were dressed in a sorry state, and behind them, there were explosive lions. Flaming lion. Lin Ruomiao saw the inferno lion behind the hidden dragon saintess and recognized them at a glance. As the hidden dragon saintess and the others were fleeing, they suddenly saw Lin Ruomiao appear in front of them. Delighted, the hidden dragon saintess waved at Lin Ruomiao and said, "Fellow Taoist up ahead, I am the hidden dragon sect's holy maiden. If you can help me, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Lin Ruomiao continued walking forward after hearing the hidden dragon saintess' words. She showed no signs of helping. Now, she no longer had much sympathy for these cultivators. The strong preyed on the weak, which was the eternal law of the cultivation world. Seeing that Lin Ruomiao was ignoring them, a hidden dragon sect cultivator couldn't help but glance at her. Then, he said to the hidden dragon saintess, "Miss, that person doesn't seem to have any aura. He seems to be a mortal." "Mortals?" the hidden dragon saintess said in surprise as she ran. In the immortal realm, mortals were a rare species. It was not easy to meet a person. He thought that he was a top-notch expert, but he did not expect that he was just a mortal. Today, his luck could be said to be extremely unlucky. He actually met a mortal. A cultivator beside the hidden dragon saintess said to her, "Miss, one think that this mortal will definitely become food for the demonic beasts after entering the coiling dragon mountain range. Why don't we let her contribute to us before she dies?" The hidden dragon sect disciple looked at the approaching lion. At this speed, they would be caught up sooner or later. Then, he pulled the hidden dragon saintess and ran towards Lin Ruomiao. "You want to?" The hidden dragon saintess clearly understood what this cultivator meant. They could use the time the explosive Inferno Master had to devour Lin Ruomiao to travel a little further. Perhaps they could leave the coiling dragon mountain range. With this thought in mind, the hidden dragon saintess didn't plan to stop this cultivator. "Forget it, this mortal is going to die anyway. It's not a good thing to lose my life." Lin Ruomiao looked at the hidden dragon saintess and the others who were running towards her, but her expression didn't change and she continued walking on her own. When the hidden dragon saintess and the others passed by her, they looked at her as if she was a dead person. Roar! The inferno lion arrived in front of Lin Ruomiao in the blink of an eye. He looked at Lin Ruomiao with contempt and the sharp claws in his hands were about to attack him. Lin Ruomiao's expression remained unchanged as she slowly walked over. With a flash of light, the lion fell to the ground and did not get up again. Bang! The sound of the lion hitting the ground naturally caused the hidden dragon saintess and the others to react. What was going on? The hidden dragon sect cultivator who had suggested using Lin Ruomiao as a shield looked at the inferno lion on the ground with a puzzled expression. When the inferno lions saw their companion fall, they stopped in their tracks. Seeing that Lin Ruomiao was still advancing, he exchanged glances with her before letting out a furious roar. Attack together! A group of lions rushed forward. Lin Ruomiao finally reacted. She paused for a moment, and an emotionless voice came out of her mouth. Sky Blade, Wind-Killing Blade. As the voice fell, the hidden dragon sect saintess and the others felt their eyes flash. After leaving a few afterimages in the air, the group of lions fell to the ground one after another. This. The hidden dragon saintess and the others looked at the scene in front of them. They were so shocked that they could not say anything. Even when they saw the hidden dragon sect master make a move, it did not give them such a huge shock. How is this immortal? He's clearly a senior with a heavenly cultivation base. The hidden dragon saintess muttered. The hidden dragon sect cultivator who had planned to use Lin Ruomiao as a shield was drenched in sweat. He had actually used a peerless expert as their shield just now. With this senior's cultivation, how could their actions escape his eyes? With this thought in mind, they saw Lin Ruomiao standing in front of them. She turned around and glanced at them. The moment she stared at him, the Hidden Dragon Sect cultivator felt as if his head would fall to the ground in the next second. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, The Eve of the Competition. Chapter 273, The Eve of the Competition. When the Hidden Dragon Saintess saw Lin Ruomiao's gaze, her body trembled instinctively. She said to Lin Ruomiao, "How many times have we, thank you for saving my life, senior." As the Hidden Dragon Saintess finished speaking, the other Hidden Dragon Sect cultivators lowered their heads and said, "We thank senior for saving our lives." Lin Ruomiao glanced at them indifferently before turning her head and continuing forward. Looking at Lin Ruomiao's back, a Hidden Dragon Sect cultivator couldn't help but say to the Hidden Dragon Saintess, "Miss, I think it's better for us to report this matter to the old master when we return. Such an expert suddenly appeared in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and we have offended him." "Yes, yes. One still have to go back and report this matter to father. I'll apologize to him later." The Hidden Dragon Saintess nodded in agreement. Although she was usually aggressive and mischievous, she still had a basic judgment in this kind of situation where her family might be wiped out. Even her father found it difficult to deal with the lion, but it was easily dealt with by this senior. This was enough to show that the senior just disdained to pay attention to them. The town's central square. This square was originally designed for the recruitment of small teams of cultivators who went to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to hunt. At this moment, the square was surrounded by a large group of cultivators, and the entire square was surrounded. "Hey, who do you think will win today's competition? Is it Patriarch Qingfeng or the Hidden Dragon Sect Master?" In the crowd, a cultivator patted the shoulder of a person beside him and slowly said, "It's hard to say. Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master are both God Kings. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is to choose a powerful alliance master. When we enter the mountain to search for treasures, it will be easier to deal with the demon beasts in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range." Another cultivator shrugged and said indifferently, "Look, the people from the Clear Winds sect are here." A cultivator pointed at the figures at the entrance of the square and said excitedly. Accompanying the sound of his voice falling, everyone's gaze gathers at the entrance of the square. A group of green-robed elders of the Clearwind sect and Patriarch Clearwind were slowly walking towards the square. Wherever they went, the cultivators around the square automatically made way for them. After sitting down on a chair at the side of the square, Patriarch Qingfeng scanned the entire square with his spiritual sense and slowly said, "He really knows how to put on airs. That old fellow, Qianlong, I will definitely become the alliance leader today and avenge Feng, On the other side, at the entrance of the Hidden Dragon Sect, a group of Hidden Dragon Sect elders were already prepared. They looked like they could set off at any time. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble looked into the distance with an anxious expression. He said to a white-haired old man beside him, "How is it? Did you find Ling, Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man replied, "Sect Master, I've already sent people out to look for her. I believe we'll be able to find the saintess soon. Very soon." It had been so long, but not only did he disappear, but he couldn't find her even if he went to look for her. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. The Hidden Dragon Sect Master was clearly a little angry when he heard the old man's reply. He cursed at everyone. On the other side, a Hidden Dragon Sect elder with a long beard walked to the side of the Hidden Dragon Sect Master and slowly said to him, "Sect Master, it's about time to set off. Otherwise, if we miss the time, the alliance leader will be snatched by the Qingfeng sect." The Hidden Dragon Sect Master coldly snorted when he heard the old man's words. He waved his arm and said to the white-haired old man, Stay here and continue to look for Ling Er. Remember, when I come back, I want to see Ling Er in front of me. The white-haired old man hurriedly agreed upon hearing the words of the Hidden Dragon sect master. The Hidden Dragon sect master whistled when he saw how submissive the elder was. Then, a black tiger ran out of the sky and roared. After riding on the black tiger's back, the Hidden Dragon sect master and a few elders turned into a stream of light and flew towards the town square. Not long after the Hidden Dragon sect master left, the Hidden Dragon Saintess and her group slowly appeared at the entrance of the Hidden Dragon sect. When a Hidden Dragon sect cultivator saw them, he hurriedly said to the white-haired old man who had just walked in. "Elderly, the young miss is back, the young miss is back." The white-haired old man quickly turned around and walked out of the door. Then, he saw the Hidden Dragon Saintess whose face was covered in dust. He quickly walked up and said to her, "Holy Maiden, you're finally back. The sect master has been looking for you for a long time." The white-haired old man was also a little worried when he saw the Hidden Dragon Saintess covered in dust. When the Hidden Dragon Saintess saw the white-haired old man, she said to him in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Uncle Li. I've made you worry. Where's father? I have something important to tell him." "Sect Master, the Sect Master has already gone to the square to compete with Patriarch Qingfeng." The white-haired old man quickly responded to the Hidden Dragon Saintess' question. The Hidden Dragon Saintess said to the white-haired old man with a smile when she heard that the Hidden Dragon Sect Master had gone to compete. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Li." Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the town square. "Holy Maiden, you just came back. Are you all right?" The white-haired old man asked worriedly when he recalled the Hidden Dragon Saintess's dejected look. However, the Hidden Dragon Saintess had already disappeared from his sight. When the white-haired old man saw the other Hidden Dragon sect cultivators staring at him in a daze, he could not help but curse. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me." Upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, the Hidden Dragon sect cultivators seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly chased after the Hidden Dragon Saintess. It wasn't easy to find the Saintess. If he lost her again, he would be killed by the sect master. At the same time, in the square of the town, there was a sound of rushing wind. The Hidden Dragon sect master appeared on the town square on his black tiger. "Look, the Hidden Dragon sect master is here." The Hidden Dragon sect master appeared and the crowd also heard many voices supporting him. Patriarch Qingfeng, who was sitting on a chair in the square, opened his narrowed eyes. Finally, the arrival of the Zero. With that, Patriarch Qingfeng's figure flashed and he appeared in front of the Hidden Dragon sect master. "Qianlong, you are really impressive." Standing opposite the Hidden Dragon sect master, Patriarch Qingfeng said slowly to him. "Qingfeng, cut the crap and end the battle quickly. I still have other things to do." The Hidden Dragon sect master was already a little angry when he arrived, and now he was even more impatient. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Alliance Leader Qingfeng, 1. Chapter 274, Alliance Leader Qingfeng, 1. As soon as the Hidden Dragon sect master finished speaking, he gathered the true essence in his body and raised his arm. A bronze saber appeared in his hand. Bang! The Hidden Dragon sect master jumped out of Black Tiger's body and appeared in front of Patriarch Qingfeng. The saber in his hand slashed down at Patriarch Qingfeng. Bang! The saber pierced through Patriarch Clear Wind's shadow and landed heavily on the ground, creating a series of shattered rocks. Good! As Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master began to fight, shouts began to ring out from the side of the arena. To them, it was not just the process of the alliance leader selection. To them, watching the battle between godly kings was also infinitely beneficial to their cultivation. "Qianlong, you've bullied my Clear Wind sect too much. I don't need to tell you what you've done recently. Patriarch Clear Wind shouted at him coldly after dodging the Hidden Dragon Sect Master's attack. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master was a little confused. What have you been doing recently? He didn't have any deep hatred with the Clear Wind sect, so why would he attack him? Just as the Hidden Dragon Sect Master was dumbfounded, Patriarch Clear Wind's attack came. 4 wind blades. Patriarch Qingfeng shouted, and the pale green vital essence on his body slowly gathered, forming wind blades around his body. Whoosh! 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 The moment the wind blades were formed, they flew towards the Hidden Dragon Sect Master from all directions. Humph! The Hidden Dragon Sect Master snorted coldly, and the true essence on his body formed a defensive barrier around him. Bang! 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 The wind blades struck the stellar energy, creating a series of sounds. Qianlong, today I will avenge Feng Er. Wind blades flew out of Patriarch Qingfeng's body as he shouted at the Hidden Dragon Sect Master. Revenge? Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master felt that Patriarch Qingfeng was getting more and more ridiculous. Stellar energy erupted from his body, and a tyrannical aura instantly spread out, destroying the surrounding wind blades. Qingfeng, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I attack your sect? The wind blades disappeared, and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master shouted at Patriarch Clear Wind in the sky. Nonsense, then why did you say that one, Feng Er, am half dead? Patriarch Qingfeng did not believe the Hidden Dragon Sect Master's explanation. His figure flashed, and wind blades appeared in his hands, attacking the Hidden Dragon Sect Master. The Hidden Dragon Sect Master suddenly remembered something when he saw Patriarch Qingfeng's expression. His Ling Er's disappearance, could it be that this old man Qingfeng thought that he had beaten up their saint child and was taking revenge on him? As he thought of this, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master felt that the possibility of this was getting higher and higher. Immediately, he was filled with anger. Qingfeng, did you take my Ling Er away? The Hidden Dragon Sect Master raised the saber in his hand and charged at Patriarch Qingfeng. Bang! The wind blade collided with the saber, and a loud sound was heard. At the same time, it was Patriarch Qingfeng's turn to be dumbfounded. He hadn't captured their saintess. Could it be someone else in the Clear Wind sect? No, it should be this old thief who was shouting to catch him, trying to disturb his mind. With that thought in mind, Patriarch Qingfeng's attacks became even more fierce. What was originally a competition for the position of the alliance leader had now become a battle of grudges between the two families. The cultivators watching by the side naturally did not know about this. In their field of vision, they could only see the figures of Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master clashing continuously. As for the sounds of their conversation, they had long been drowned out by the sounds of fighting. At the same time, a figure appeared at the periphery of the square. It was the Hidden Dragon Saintess who had rushed over from the Hidden Dragon sect. After the Hidden Dragon Saintess arrived, a few Hidden Dragon sect cultivators also landed behind him. After the Hidden Dragon Saintess landed on the ground, she quickly squeezed through the crowd. Make way, make way. When the Hidden Dragon sect cultivators saw the Hidden Dragon Holy Virgin walking forward, they hurriedly opened a path for her. The cultivators who were squeezed wanted to say something, but when they saw the Hidden Dragon costumes on their bodies, they smacked their mouths and shut them up. Soon, the Hidden Dragon Saintess arrived in front of the square with the help of the Hidden Dragon sect cultivators. When a Hidden Dragon sect elder saw her, he hurriedly called her over. Holy Maiden, you're finally here. Do you know how hard it was for the sect master to find you? The bearded elder looked at the Hidden Dragon Saintess in front of him and said resentfully. The Hidden Dragon Saintess stuck out her tongue and looked up at the sky. Hidden Dragon, let's decide the victor in one move. Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master had already fought hundreds of rounds. At this moment, he slowly said to the Hidden Dragon sect master. That's exactly what one want. The Hidden Dragon sect master laughed when he heard Patriarch Qingfeng's words. Glory of Wind, Meteorite. Hidden Dragon / As their voices rang out, a huge bow formed from true essence appeared behind Patriarch Qingfeng, and a huge arrow was slowly forming on it. The sect master of the Hidden Dragon sect also gathered the true essence in his body onto the large saber in his hand. Accompanied by a low dragon roar, the phantom of a flood dragon appeared at the edge of the saber. Both sides were preparing their own big moves, ready to use this attack to determine the winner. Daddy, you can do it. Just as the Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng's skills were about to collide, the Hidden Dragon Saintess's voice slowly traveled over. Hearing the Hidden Dragon Saintess's voice, Patriarch Qingfeng snorted and said to the Hidden Dragon sect master, Qianlong, you still said that your Saintess was captured by me. Now look at who's down there. The Hidden Dragon sect master didn't know what to say to Qingfeng Patriarch's question. The Hidden Dragon Saintess's voice had naturally fallen into his ears. In the blink of an eye, the Hidden Dragon sect's attack was actually half a beat slower than Patriarch Clear Wind's arrow. Bang! A powerful wave of air came out from the sky, and a gust of wind blew across the faces of the cultivators present. After the violent wind passed, everyone's eyes looked towards the center of the square. The Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng stood at the side of the square without saying a word. A moment later, the Hidden Dragon sect's Patriarch Qingfeng said slowly, I lost. You will be the alliance leader. The Hidden Dragon Saintess' words had slowed him down by half a beat. However, the Hidden Dragon sect master was already very happy that his daughter could return. As the Hidden Dragon sect master's voice fell, the figures of the Hidden Dragon sect's elder and the Clear Wind sect's elder slowly appeared on both sides. They all cast concerned looks and greetings to their sect masters and ancestors. Alliance leader Qingfeng. After the cultivators heard that Patriarch Qingfeng had become their alliance leader, they cheered. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Swear to the Heavenly Tao, 1. Chapter 275, Swear to the Heavenly Tao, 1. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Patriarch Qingfeng adjusted his body's weakness from the consumption of his true essence. After adjusting himself, Patriarch Qingfeng said to the crowd below, I am indebted to everyone's favor for allowing me, Qingfeng, to be the alliance leader for everyone. One also promised that one will not mistreat everyone during this treasure hunt in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The sacred object of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range has appeared for a period of time. Now, everyone go back and prepare. In a few days, we will enter the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range together. Hearing that they were about to enter the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to search for treasures together, the cultivators below the stage also let out deafening cheers of joy. Then, these cultivators left the town square and prepared to salvage the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Among this group of cultivators, a black-robed cultivator looked at the Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng and muttered, Two God Kings are quite a powerful force in the vicinity of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. I hope they can help me obtain the passion fruit. With the passion fruit, I can recover some of my strength. I don't have to live so cautiously. Then, I'll go find the main body. This cultivator was wrapped tightly. After the group of cultivators left, he also slowly followed behind the crowd. He did not leave any footprints wherever he went, as if he had never been here before. As these cultivators slowly left, the square of the small town became deserted again. Looking at the Hidden Dragon sect master who was still opposite him, Patriarch Qingfeng slowly said, Hidden Dragon, you didn't expect this, did you? You've schemed so much, but the Alliance Master is still in my hands. You still say that I captured your holy maiden. It's clearly you who injured my holy son, okay? The Hidden Dragon sect master also knew what Patriarch Qingfeng was talking about. However, when they entered the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to search for treasures, they would suffer great losses. He then said to the Hidden Dragon Saintess, Ling, where have you been recently? The hidden dragon Saintess also knew about the trouble she had caused previously, so she immediately told everything that she had encountered in the coiling dragon mountain range to the hidden dragon sect master and the others. The hidden dragon Saintess still had a lingering fear when she mentioned Lin Ruomiao. If it wasn't for Senior's disdain to pay attention to us, I'm afraid that we would have already become corpses lying in the coiling dragon mountain range like those explosive flame lions. Hearing the words of the hidden dragon Saintess, everyone looked thoughtful. As for Patriarch Qingfeng, he waved his sleeve in disdain and said slowly, "Little girl, are you making up a story to deceive me? If there are other human experts near the coiling dragon mountain range, how can we not know?" According to the hidden dragon Saintess, Lin Ruomiao must be at least a king god realm expert to be able to kill so many inferno lions in an instant. However, the only god kings who came to the coiling dragon mountain range to search for treasures were him and the hidden dragon. If there were other god kings, how could they not know? According to the hidden dragon Saintess description, the senior was wearing a white dress and had long hair. In his impression, the divine realm did not have a divine king powerhouse that matched this characteristic. As for the hidden old monster, it was even more impossible. If it was a hidden old monster, how could he let the hidden dragon Saintess and the others come back for the sake of peace? Hearing Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon Saintess was a little angry. She said slowly, "No, I'm telling the truth." The hidden dragon sect master knew that although his daughter was aggressive and mischievous, she would not lie about such matters. He immediately said to Patriarch Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, don't be so sarcastic. I believe what Ling said. Also, I didn't deal with your saint child at all." "Oh, then do you dare to swear to the heavenly Tao?" Patriarch Qingfeng said slowly. Swearing to the heavenly Tao meant that one could not cheat. Otherwise, one would be deceiving the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was not something that anyone could withstand. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon sect master took a step forward and slowly said, "If I say no, one mean no. Why wouldn't one dare?" He pointed at the sky and said slowly, "One, hidden dragon, swear to the heavenly Tao that I have never done anything to harm the clear wind sect saint child. If I have, one am willing to suffer." As the hidden dragon sect master's voice fell, a mysterious force descended on his body. When Patriarch Qingfeng saw the hidden dragon sect master swearing to the heavenly Tao, he was also puzzled. Could it be that he had made a wrong judgment? At their realm, if they lied to the heavenly Tao, the heavenly tribulation would damage their foundation. Patriarch Qingfeng did not think that the hidden dragon sect master would joke about this. After all, he was the strongest in the entire hidden dragon sect. It was better to wait until Feng woke up before asking him clearly. After making up his mind, Patriarch Qingfeng smiled at him and said, "Brother Hidden Dragon, one hope we can cooperate well on this trip to the coiling dragon mountain range." Happy cooperation. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon sect master also cupped his fists at him and said slowly. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Patriarch Qingfeng and the hidden dragon sect master each led their own troops back to their respective sects to prepare. In Shao Chengtian's courtyard, Elder Zhui was standing in front of the wall. His hands were touching every brick on the wall, and his eyes were glued to the wall. "Yes, those guys are quite neat. There are no cracks," Elder Zhui muttered. He leaned against the wall and walked from one side to the other. After checking the walls of the courtyard, Elder Zhui walked to the ground. He bent down and pressed his ears to the ground. Then, he knocked on the floor with his hands. After repeatedly knocking on the door a few times to make sure that there were no shortcuts, he muttered, "The ground is not bad." Just like that, Elder Zhui inspected the courtyard from inside out and looked at the courtyard that had been almost repaired. Elder Zhui also nodded in satisfaction. According to the deadline given by the senior, he had already exceeded the time limit. If he didn't finish it soon, he was afraid that senior wouldn't look for him in the future. Beside Elder Zhui stood God King Hongyun, God King He Tian, and the others. Their faces were covered in sweat as they looked at Elder Zhu Yi. Everyone has worked hard. The completion of the courtyard is not without everyone's credit. I will tell Senior. After Elder Zhu Yi confirmed that the courtyard had been repaired, he was in a very good mood. He looked at the god kings in front of him and said slowly. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Could they be calligraphy fans too? 1. Chapter 276, Could they be calligraphy fans too? 1. Shao Changtian's courtyard. Shao Changtian was lying on a rocking chair in the backyard. Beside him was a stone table with a plate of fruits on it. He picked up a grape beside him and chewed on it. Then, he picked up the white tiger lying beside the rocking chair. After rubbing his chest a few times, he saw Elder Zhu Yi walking towards him from afar. When Elder Zhu Yi walked to his side, Shao Changtian also stroked the white tiger's fur and said to Elder Zhu Yi slowly. Zhu Yi, why are you looking for me? Elder Zhu Yi smiled and said to Shao Changtian. Senior, the courtyard you asked me to renovate has been completed. One specially came over to inform you. Hearing that the renovation of the courtyard had been completed, Shao Changtian was delighted. He immediately said to Mu Jiuhuang. Elder Zhu Yi has finished renovating the courtyard. Shall we go and take a look together? Hearing Shao Changtian's words, Mu Jiuhuang nodded in agreement. Soon, under the lead of Elder Zhu Yi, Shao Changtian and Mu Jiuhuang arrived at the courtyard. Senior, is there anything else that needs to be improved? Elder Zhu Yi walked in front of Shao Changtian, pointing at the wall that had been renovated. Divine King Red Cloud and the others greeted Shao Changtian when they saw him. Senior. Shao Changtian smiled at them and walked to the center of the yard, looking at the renovated walls and floor. Shao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. When he asked Elder Zhu Yi to renovate the courtyard, Shao Changtian thought that it would be fine as long as there were no holes for rats to crawl in. He didn't expect the walls and floor to look so smooth. Even the top engineers in his previous life couldn't do much. With this thought in mind, Shao Changtian walked into his room and took out a calligraphy painting. He handed it to Elder Zhu Yi and said slowly. Zhu Yi, this is the reward I promised you. Elder Zhu Yi looked at the calligraphy in Shao Changtian's hand, his expression was a little excited. He slowly took it from Shao Changtian's hand. Thank you, Senior. After thanking Shao Changtian, Elder Zhu Yi felt the Dao runes coming from the painting. This was an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. Shao Changtian looked at the painting in Elder Zhu Yi's hand and smiled. As expected, people who loved calligraphy and paintings treated calligraphy and paintings like their lives. He could easily make dozens of these paintings. Elder Zhu Yi only asked for a few paintings for the renovation of this courtyard. To him, this was equivalent to a free ride. If he had time, he would make a few more sets for him. Shao Changtian thought to himself. Then, he saw God King Red Cloud and the others at the side. Although he did not promise to give these people any rewards, he did not want to give them any rewards. However, after all, he had renovated his courtyard for so long. It must not have been easy. He still had to give them some compensation. Otherwise, how would they explain it to their families when they went home? After all, they also needed to support their families, right? With this thought in mind, Shao Changtian walked to the front of Divine King Red Cloud and said to them slowly. Everyone has worked hard recently. I will also give you some remuneration. When Divine King Red Cloud and the others heard that they would also be rewarded, they were also excited. Senior was going to give them an opportunity. Then, they saw Shao Changtian take out gold from his interspatial ring. Shao Changtian held a piece of gold in his hand and said to God King Red Cloud and the others. This is your reward. Each of you will get one. When he said this, Shao Changtian's heart ached. This gold was his expenses for a few months. However, he had no choice. If he did not pay them, who would dare to work for him in the future? Looking at the gold in Xiao Changtian's hand, Divine King Red Cloud and the others looked at each other, not understanding what Xiao Changtian meant. Did this senior give him gold for some special reason? Even after racking their brains, they still couldn't come up with a reason. Xiao Changtian saw that God King Red Cloud and God King Black Sky didn't move. Instead, they were looking at the calligraphy in Elder Zhu Yi's hand. His eyes were burning. Could it be that they were also calligraphy lovers? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Divine King Red Cloud and the others. You want the calligraphy and paintings too, but not the gold. God King Red Cloud and the others nodded immediately when they heard Xiao Changtian's words. Xiao Changtian was delighted to receive the confirmation from God King Red Cloud and the others. He didn't expect that this group of people were also painting enthusiasts, and they were the same as Elder Zhui, who didn't want gold and wanted paintings. This was also good. He could also save a lot of money. Moreover, although he had already reached the great success realm with the system's enhancement, his painting was ordinary. He could have as many of those things as he wanted. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian looked at the group of Divine King Red Cloud. He couldn't take out such a painting at the moment, so he might as well draw for them on the spot. Then, Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiohuang, who was following behind him. Go to my study and get some ink, paper, and brushes. One want to paint for them. When Deity King Red Cloud and the others heard that Xiao Changtian was going to paint for them on the spot, their eyes were filled with gratitude. After a while, Mu Jiohuang took out all the props needed for the calligraphy and painting from Xiao Changtian's study and placed them on the table. Grind. Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiohuang. Then, he walked to the table and picked up the brush on the table. After dipping it in ink, he began to draw on the white paper. As for Divine King Red Cloud and the others, their eyes were filled with amazement as they watched Xiao Changtian's every move. This was the Tao Aura, the Tao Aura. In the eyes of Divine King Red Cloud and the others, Xiao Changtian's every step was natural. The calligraphy and painting on the white paper revealed the Tao Aura. As expected of a senior. Every stroke contained the principles of the Great Tao. Looking at Xiao Changtian's painting, Divine King Red Cloud and the others also had some insights. In addition to the accumulation of the bricks and dust, their Divine King realm had loosened up. Black Cloud broke through the barrier of God Kings and advanced to God King Emperor. I broke through, suddenly. Black Cloud God King said excitedly. When he saw Red Cloud God King and the others glaring at him, he shut his mouth. Then, the courtyard above Xiao Changtian turned black, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Not good. This is the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the God Emperor realm. God King Black Heaven, who had woken up from his excitement, looked at the sky above him and suddenly felt a little worried. This senior was currently cultivating his heart in the mortal world and playing around. If his lightning tribulation disturbed him, then he would be in deep trouble. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.